floodline. You want it war, well, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Sometimes I be your own, considered you my brother, I showed another home. Got you job after job, made you know you weren't alone. Left me with the no questions, addressed them to your lawyer's phone. What kind of shit is that? You commit them 4 months in, you switch it back. You should've asked if you needed help. You would never go back willingly, no, this is something else. Maternal jealousy will fuck him mentally. I'm pissed ineffably, but when dusk is spent, you're the one who stripped him of his independence. See the consequences, you'll be the one he resents. Fuck a bloodline, good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Sometimes it be your own, invested so much time, thought our lives are set in stone. Was an opportunity to chase the things we used to dream about. Good luck fucking sleeping now. Hope you get nightmares of the dreams you stole. We stole your son, know he had his own goals. Seems like you couldn't handle not having control. What's loyalty when it's forced? It'll take a soul. Jealousy will fuck him mentally. I'm pissed ineffably, but when dusk is spent, you're the one who stripped him of his independence. See the consequences, you'll be the one he resents. Fuck a bloodline, good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. Give all you have to the front lines. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. Give all you have to the front lines. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Sometimes I be your own, considered you my brother, I showed another home. Got you job after job, made you know you weren't alone. Left me with the no questions, addressed them to your lawyer's phone. What kind of shit is that? You commit them 4 months in, you switch it back. You should've asked if you needed help. You would never go back willingly, no, this is something else. Maternal jealousy will fuck him mentally. I'm pissed ineffably, but when dusk is spent, you're the one who stripped him of his independence. See the consequences, you'll be the one he resents. Fuck a bloodline, good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Sometimes it be your own, invested so much time, thought our lives are set in stone. Was an opportunity to chase the things we used to dream about. Good luck fucking sleeping now. Hope you get nightmares of the dreams you stole. We stole your son, know he had his own goals. Seems like you couldn't handle not having control. What's loyalty when it's forced? It'll take a soul. Jealousy will fuck him mentally. I'm pissed ineffably, but when dusk is spent, you're the one who stripped him of his independence. See the consequences, you'll be the one he resents. Fuck a bloodline, good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, fuck a bloodline. Good friends nowadays hard to come by. You could give all you have, then they cut ties. Change what they see, that's a floodline. You want it war, well, welcome to the front lines. Good friends nowadays hard to come by.
All right. I picked up the pace a little bit this time. Wasn't really in the mood to fucking sit here for another 30 seconds. I had nothing to be sitting here waiting for. Turn my mic up a little bit. Am I loud enough, chat? Chat, can you fucking hear me? Chat, can you fucking hear me? All right. This is new. This is new. I think this is the least hype I've had at the beginning of a stream ever. Not a lot of people are here, which I'm okay with. I'm a little sad today. So, I'm a little sad boy. I don't even know if we're going to make beats today. I think we're just crashing out. I think it's just crash out Chris today. Because I'm kind of just in a crash out mood. Yes, you Cartman wannabe. All right. All right, chat. Okay, chat. All right, chat. I just got a top fucking fan badge from the New York Jets on Facebook, so suck my dick. Yeah. I might fucking actually post this. I shouldn't. It's lame. But I did actually deadass just get a badge for being a top fan for New York Jets. Go babies! Hey, go babies! Hey, go Jets! Hey, hey. I don't know why I said babies. Go babies. I was trying to say go baby go, and then I fucked it up. Just letting Peyton know that we're live. Peyton's probably going to join up here in a second and say what's up. Because today we're watching a video that Peyton sent us. Peyton sent a video in today. We're going to watch that video. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I don't really know what we're going to do after this video. This video is only 30 minutes. I genuinely am probably going to find a way to turn this into an hour and a half to 2 hours, just this one video, because kind of my thought process of this video. I'll show you the video. I'll show you guys the video. Let's look at the video. Let's look at the video. Look at the new overlay. Oh, you guys just saw chat for a second. It don't matter. It's not that big a deal. I just wanted to not show quite as much. Perfect. Perfect. What is up, Peyton? What's up, Peyton? What's up, my fellow brother man? The educator returns. The educator doth return. Wait, why is he purple now? God damn it, you keep fucking doing that shit, dude. All right, it's called How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline by Jimmy the Giant. As you guys can tell, I got a new thing over there on the right. You see that next to my fucking head? You see that next to my head over there? That's the title of the video. And the guy who made it. Not Peyton. Jaden gave me this idea to just to help. You know, I mean, you can see the title at the bottom, obviously, but me think me gwan take me own life. Oh fuck! Don't do it, bro. Peyton, don't fucking do it. You've been here for 3 seconds, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Me think me gwan take me own life. You like the slurps, y'all? You like the slurps? By the way, tonight, for everybody who is in the Omaha area and that is old enough. Hold up. Let me pull up the post. Where's the post? Goddamn, Bobo, you post too much. Damn, Bobo. Damn, Bobo. You post way too much. But I fuck with it. You got to promote yourself. But I gotta find this fucking... I gotta find this screenshot or whatever, this poster for the show tonight. I want to show you guys the poster for the show tonight. I'm super excited to go. Me think me want take me own life. Fuck, is that on a story then? Here we go. I'll tune in when I'm home. Hell yeah, little bro. I appreciate it. Try and have a good time, whatever you're doing. And try and feel better. And stop drinking soda, you psycho. All right. So this says tomorrow night, but it's actually tonight. You can look in the Saturday, February 1st. That's today. This was posted 20 hours ago, so that's why it says tomorrow. But anyway, tonight, Saturday, February 1st, starts at 7:30 p.m. at the at the Pet Shop in Benson. Come check it out. $10 a ticket. It's going to be a live podcast like Kill Tony, but with rappers, as the title says. So I'm super fucking hype. I don't think I'm going to be signing up. I think I'm just going to be watching and having a good time laughing. I might. We'll see. It's not that I'm worried about being made fun of. It's actually kind of the opposite. I'm kind of worried that I'm going to go up there and then I'm just going to rap good and everybody's going to be like, cool, and then we're just going to move on. It's just going to be kind of lame. But maybe I'll talk to Bobo and see if Bobo will let me roast some people. I'm just now getting in with these guys. So I'm not gonna try and act like I'm fucking big homies with Bobo. I edit their videos, I edit their. That's it. But Bobo's fucking hilarious. He has said some very kind things about my humor as well. So I think maybe, hopefully, if I'm lucky tonight, I might be able to roast some fucking dudes. Hopefully, I'll get to roast Bobo. I got one in my head right now. You guys probably won't even be there, so I can spoil it, but I want to say Bobo looks like Jack Harlow if he ate ass, because he does. He looks like Jack Harlow if he ate ass. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is going to be coming, so I think, well, at least for a while, I don't think anybody else is available as of right now, so I think I'm probably going to be good to start the video here. Like I said, I don't know if we're making beats today. Like, actually, I don't know. I want to, obviously. Like, part of me does. But well, at least for... Oh, shit. Hey, Bobo's here! What's up? I just saw the YouTube chat. When did he send that? Show me the time. Show me the fucking time. How do you... Whatever. I'll just pin it. Doesn't tell me when that message was sent, and I'm fucking dumb, and I don't have both my chats popped out like I should. Wait, that means Bobo might have heard my diss on... Fuck! He might have heard my fucking roast, bruh. Fuck! God damn it! God damn it, I hope he didn't hear my fucking roast. That would suck. It would suck balls. Everybody go check out the team. Alright, we've been looking at Squarespace for like fucking 10 minutes. I'm gonna fix this. We've been looking at Squarespace for like 10 minutes. By the way, what do you guys think of the little overlays in the bottom right? What do you guys think of the little overlays in the bottom right of the screen? Like far right. I'll make it happen again real quick. Boom. What you think of that? Boom. An overlay is literally anything that you see on the screen that wouldn't be here normally if you weren't watching on stream. You know what I mean? Like any of the shit that I put over. So like the thing to the right of me that tells you the title, the thing in the bottom right that tells you the like to follow and all that, the chat under me, technically my camera, everything's part of the overlay technically. Well, technically no, my camera's not. I don't know. Anyway, anything that overlays the actual fucking screen. So anyway, let's get into the video. This is called How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline. I'm going to be using this video kind of as a jumping point to talk about kind of me and how I escaped the alt-right pipeline. Like, actually, like... well, okay. I guess he escaped it. I avoided it. We'll go there. But let's do this.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Yes, my brothers, my brodies, my woadies. I'm going to do another one of these.
Yeah, sorry, he's British, by the way. That's fine, though.
These little talk to cams. You might have noticed, through some of my videos, I officially joined the woke brigade. It's unfortunate. I didn't really want to, but I'm going to talk how we got here. My political arc has been pretty insane. At one point, I was in a Nico Malama video supporting Trump. That's me. I'll admit it. Blurry boy.
Trump supporters UK. I'm here. Look at my hat. I love Donald Trump.
So today we're going to talk about how I managed to escape the alt-right pipeline.
Up yours, woke moralists. How big is Luton?
Up yours, woke moralists.
It's 200,000 population.
And how many lost?
45.
There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book.
The Quran?
Old mosque, other minority communities singled out. Wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric.
When I was a young gangster, a YG, I was a little bruh.
God
Right?
damn it.
Bruh. I'm about 13 years old.
I do that every
And
time.
We're invited into school. It was mandatory.
Pisses
we
me
weren't
off.
invited. And we had to do a speech. So, you know, my mate goes up and he does the history of Chelsea Football Club. A girl goes up and she does about horse riding. I go up with my little thumb drive, plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalise a classroom of young, impressionable 13-year-olds.
This story's
as to why the
hilarious.
American
I watched a couple minutes of this. This story's fucking hilarious.
plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalise a classroom of young, impressionable 13-year-olds as to why the American government did 9/11.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh.
Do you
I was in this kind of like early conspiracy
He said,
theory
"Ooh."
bubble. But what I want to say is it was interesting, right? Because at that time, being a conspiracy theorist wasn't left and right. It was
Yeah, this is something I wanted to talk about when it came to conspiracy theories and things like that. I remember growing up in conspiracy theory type shit, like Alex Jones. Like, this is kind of where I can kind of get into how I like narrowly avoided the alt-right pipeline. Like, I like half believed what Alex Jones would say about some stuff. Not like they're turning the frogs gay or anything. I think technically the frogs were kind of being gay, but like it wasn't a big deal. I don't know. Anyway, he was right about Bohemian Grove. He was right about Epstein Island. Like Alex Jones, he's quite literally the embodiment of a broken clock is right twice a day, in my opinion. And so, Dick Chocolate, let's go, Dick Chocolate. We're talking about Alex Jones. Big Dick Chocolate. Oh, Big Dick Chocolate. Fuck all this bullshit going on right now. Yeah, for real, fuck all this bullshit. That's why I get on my soapbox for 6 hours every Saturday and I scream about it because it genuinely is fucking with my mental right now. And I'm not even affected by any of it. All this shit helps me. All these laws help me, specifically me. All this shit. I could probably go get a job now. Like, this is fucked up. It's bullshit. But I guess maybe that's why it pisses me off. White guilt. Whatever the fuck they say. I don't care. Shit pisses me off. It's upsetting. And I don't know how else to fucking cope. Besides to sit here and look at Alex Jones and scream about fucking how I almost fell into the same pit as this fucking alcoholic fucking loser. Alright. Calm down. But yeah, no. Alex Jones, there was a lot of like, for me at like 15, there was a lot of reasons to like kind of fuck with bro, I guess. So I guess I'd say I had like a weird, what's the word I'm looking for? Like I was hesitant with Alex Jones, but I kind of like was starting to fuck with bro. And I was kind of like, oh, bro's not, he's not that far off from the plot. And I remember very specifically during that time, like, it didn't matter if you were left, right, whatever. If you fucked with Alex Jones, you're a fucking weirdo. Like, you're wrong. Like, that's bad. And you're probably neither left or right. You're probably just a fucking weirdo. Now, Alex Jones has completely enthralled himself with the right, which doesn't really make sense because, like I was talking about Bohemian Grove, like, the whole point of, like, the conspiracy mindset back in the day was, like, fuck the system, the establishment. And now, more so today, it's to uphold the establishment, if anything, and to keep things murky so that you really don't know what's going on and then nothing ever... Yeah. It's all planned confusion. Alex Jones is really good at it, and he's really good helping the right wing with that. He almost got me.
was just anti-establishment. And so whilst I was listening to Alex Jones, I'd also be listening to the Young Turks and listening about Occupy Wall Street. So
Yo, we fuck with Cenk Uygur, Uygur. We fuck with him.
when I was young, I was just a sort of contrarian hipster. I'm not like a communist, but I'm definitely not a capitalist, and I'm definitely left wing, and I definitely
Yeah, bro. I remember being in 6th grade and I thought I was a Republican, but I loved Obamacare. I remember being in, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. I remember being in the 2nd grade, I want to say. I'm trying to do the math to see if that makes sense. Nah, it might have been 3rd grade. Might have been 3rd grade. I just want to be part of your symphony. I can't do it. I almost did it last night. I got like really fucking close. I like actually hit like that part of my falsetto. I've never hit it before. And it was for 2 seconds and then it was gone. I haven't been able to do it since. I swear, I'm not even lying, kid. I was like this close. I was this close to the part of your symphony. I can't do it now. I'm not even halfway to where I hit last night when I did it last night. It was crazy. I was so proud of myself. But anyway, what I was going to say is in the 2nd or 3rd grade, whenever the 2008 election was happening, we did a fake election at my school. And I voted for Obama because he was black. So this also could be a video about how I also narrowly avoided, I actually had to escape the like woke liberal weird shit. Like the fake woke liberal weird shit. No, it's symphony. I just wanna be part of your symphony. But yeah, I narrowly avoided both. So oh wait, I want to play that clip that Peyton sent earlier. But me think me gonna take me own life. Me think, oh fuck! Don't do it, bro. But me think me gonna take me own life. All right. I just wanna be part of your symphony. I can't do it. I can't do it. I was really close last night. I was so close. It pisses me off how close I was last night, and I'll never get there again.
definitely voted to remain in the EU referendum. And so time goes by, I grow up, and
What is this? I voted for Obama because he was black. I voted for Obama because he was black. I voted for Obama because he was black.
I remember I got, I had a few jobs working like fucking Sainsbury's or B&Q, and that was further fueling my sort of anti-capitalist feelings. But I remember I got one job and I met this geezer and he was a proper right-winger.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
It was like a right-winger in the flesh. I'd never seen one.
I want you guys to notice what's happening on the screen.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
He kind of was hitting that shit on the notes, like Loki.
It was like a right winger in the flesh. I'd never seen one before. I was like, what the fuck hell is this? Capitalism good? Welfare state bad? NHS bad? But you see, although I deeply disagreed with all of his views at the beginning, you gotta remember 13-year-old contrarian Jimmy. He's still in there somewhere. And what he's hearing is contrarian views, you say. Anti-establishment, non-mainstream. Little old hipster Jimmy lapped up this sort of right-wing rhetoric because I realised it was different to everyone else, and that would make me interesting if I believed all these things, right? And like, when I say right-wing, it's not, we don't like foreigners. It's stuff like this.
The people who get on welfare lose their human independence and feeling of dignity. They become subject to the dictates and whims of their welfare supervisor, who can tell them whether they can live here or there, whether they may put in a telephone, what they may do with their lives. They're treated like children.
So now I'm at the doors of the alt-right pipeline, right? I pick up my hat with the light, turn the torch on, grab my
party
pickaxe,
animals?
and I head in.
What's party animals? What's party animals? What the fuck is party animals? Is this a game? This is interesting. What's going on here? There's an otter. I like this dog. Is it on PlayStation or is it just on computer? It's on PS? Wow, okay, okay. I just realized these dang fish sticks was chicken sticks. Nah. No. How much is it? Wait, what the fuck is Friends Pass? The fuck? Probably some demo. But I'll look into this more. I'll look into this more for sure.
And the first stop is Jordan Peterson.
And then if I'd said to you, please, I'd rather...
No! It always starts with Jordan Peterson!
How would you respond to that on a personal level? How would...
The way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgendered individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly.
How can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman...
Okay, this is... I can't show my face right now because what I'm about to do, but this is the type of shit that really pisses me off about most right-wingers and most... any of these guys is like, what the right wing was 10 years ago is literally what the left wing is now. Like, the left wing's like, yeah, we don't really care. Like, they can exist, you know, I'll call you whatever you look like. That's like the actual fucking liberal today. And then now Republicans, it's what's that thing called, Peyton? What's the thing called when it keeps moving? The political compass keeps moving. What's it called? It keeps moving to the right or something? What's that called? Tell me what that... Ratchet effect, yeah. Or is that Ratchet? Is it called Ratchet effect? But yeah. Or Ratchet effect. I don't know. I just know it, yeah. Because a ratchet only lets things turn a certain way. You loosen the left, you tighten the right. Dude, Dokkan was going to make me crash out too up until I got that card. And now I got him. Oh, no, he's not even awakened yet. I got to finish that. Sorry, chat. We're finishing stream early so I can do that. No, I'm just kidding.
Woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a viciously
Shut the fuck up, you crybaby ass bitch. You're a grown ass man.
Bear in mind, I didn't go to university. I went and just tried to make little businesses. I did a parkour brand. I ran a
he used to be
vegan
parkour
food store. I did
guy.
lots of little things.
Like, he was
And very
never a
importantly,
political dude.
I
He was just a
not
fucking
academic.
parkour guy.
Jordan Peterson,
And then he just
to
felt
young
the need
Jimmy,
to make this video.
sounded like how I imagine smart people sound.
So even if you do happen to be that avatar of moral purity that you claim implicitly, the probability that you'd get to act out your goodness in relationship to those possessed by your ideology is zero.
He would use big words. He would do this with his hands. He would think and contemplate. Like, he was the sort of caricature of a smart person. And it was very interesting because all of his views tended to be quite contrarian to sort of mainstream views. And he would, again, like my friend, he would talk about the benefits of capitalism. He would talk about natural hierarchies and that it wasn't capitalism's fault for hierarchies, but hierarchies are natural. And so it's very interesting because if you think about what Jordan Peterson is and what he thinks and his words now, back in 2016, it was very different, right?
As a matter of respect, in fact, would you refer to a trans person who asked you to use they, them pronouns, a pronoun which has a several hundred-year historical...
But that's not what we're talking about.
He rises to fame on what he is portraying as a free speech battle. The Canadian government are trying to make it so that if you say the wrong pronouns to a transgender person, you will go to jail. And Jordan Peterson never says something like, I don't believe in trans people, and so I don't believe I should say their pronouns. He's not saying that people who do transgender surgeries are butchers. He is saying that by law, I shouldn't be forced to say anything.
Difference between saying that there's something you can't say and saying that there are things that you have to say. And I regard these made-up pronouns, all of them, as the neologisms of radical PC authoritarians.
As I grew up, I kind of realized he misrepresented this bill and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value and believe what he was saying, presented this
radical PC authoritarians.
As I grew up, I kind of...
No, Canadians cannot be jailed or fined for just using the wrong gender pronoun. Let me see. Let me see. Yep, okay, I found it. Okay, because I never fully understood this bill. I just kind of kept hearing Jordan Peterson bitch about it, and I just assumed like that there was no way it was actually as bad as he was saying it was. So I just assumed, but I never looked into it. So let's look into it. What's up, little bro? We're talking about a bill that passed in Canada a while ago. This bill passed forever ago. I mean, shit, this was published on June 26, 2018. So this is an old bill. But basically, a lot of people were saying that this bill would jail people for misgendering people. So if I were to walk up to a trans person and I were to call them, like, say they're a female trans... What words, Peyton? Remember that conversation we had about how fucking we can't use, like, certain words when you're... Anyway, if a trans woman, if you walked up to a trans woman and you were like, you're a dude. You're a dude. If I walked up to a trans woman, I'm like, you're a dude. That's fucked up, but I'm not going to jail for it. Not going to jail for it. No, Peyton, remember when we had that conversation about, like, using the words female or male or using the words man or woman and, like, being consistent about it and shit like that? Remember when we had that conversation? Because Republicans and even left-wingers, nobody knows, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yes, what he said. Exactly. Oh, yeah, if you're talking about... Yeah. And I fucked up. Anyway, let's read the bill. Since Bill C-16, an amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act, became a law in 2017, several online media have spread the idea that Canadians can be jailed or fined simply for using an incorrect gender pronoun. While the aim of the law is to add gender identity and gender expression to the list of illegal grounds for discrimination, Bill C-16 cannot force anyone to use a specific pronoun. No Canadian has been jailed or fined for using the wrong gender pronoun. One article published online shortly after Bill C-16 was approved by the Senate on June 14, 2017, claimed that it was now illegal to use the wrong gender pronoun in Canada. The article continues to circulate on social media and was shared more than 10,000 times through multiple Facebook posts. Oh my God. Bill C-16 is... Chat, I'm dying. I don't know what to do. Bill C-16 is an amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act and to the Criminal Code that includes gender identity and gender expressions in matters of discrimination. A word scan of the document shows no specific mention of gender pronouns in the bill. Bet. Wait, this is it? This is it? What? The fuck? Okay. Oh. Okay. An act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. Assented to June 19th. Okay, so that's when the bill was. June 19th, 2017. There we go. This enactment amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to add gender identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. The enactment also amends the Criminal Code to extend the protection against hate propaganda set out in the Act to any section of the public that is distinguished by gender identity or expression, and to clearly set out that evidence that an offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on gender identity or expression constitutes an aggravating circumstance that a court must take into consideration when it imposes a sentence. Ah. All right. Cool. So, not that bad. Not that big a deal. Why was bro tripping?
Kind of realised he misrepresented this bill and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value, realise he
look at this
misrepresented
last
this
one.
bill.
I mean, this is just a Reddit post. But still, not a single. Stop doing all what? Stop doing all what? The coffee?
and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value and believe what he was saying, then yeah, it seemed illogical to oppose what he was saying. And so whilst I'm going through Jordan Peterson's books, his podcasts, his speeches, etc., I'm getting this feeling that there's this sort of crazy, indoctrinated Marxist left who are trying to suppress your freedom and usher in communism. And so all this is happening all the way in Canada where no one gives a fuck about. But what about here in Britain, right? In Britain,
I am the left. I want the communism. Hey, yo. My little brother, huh? Tickle in the back of my throat.
Sort of similar scenario.
Pause.
And it involves a man, a very controversial man, by the name of Tommy Robinson.
If you want to learn how to edit
I don't know who
really
that
well
is.
from professional...
Fuck is Tommy Robinson?
Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is a website. It's
Sorry,
now
bud.
easier than ever. Later, old, easy, it on /Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video.
Sing the Quran around in your hand. This book is the reason. Disgraceful manner. This book is the reason. This book is the reason we're in such a mess.
Oh, is that Tommy? Okay. I just want to point something out. And obviously, this is just low-hanging fruit at this point. But if you look at how he's just like by the way, little bro, that's worse. I only tickle with my hand fingers. Pause. What? Huh? Play. Yeah. See, okay, I like how Peyton puts this, by the way. Somewhat legitimate criticism, but uses it for something else. Like, that's a big thing about Jordan Peterson, is like, it's a somewhat legitimate criticism based on the fact that, like, yeah, obviously forcing people to say things or not to say things is kind of just like, obviously, like, that's the whole idea of America, is we're against that ideology, is suppressing language and things like that. But also on the same hand, it's like, that's not what's happening. So it's like, why are you doing this? So yeah, Jordan Peterson's dumb. I'm assuming this Tommy guy's dumb. I imagine this has to do with some of the stuff that maybe I was hearing about a couple months ago, right? Was this the immigrant stuff, or is this different? Because I know that they had a huge thing about their own immigration thing that they were freaking out about. They were doing the same thing that, you know, Trumpers were doing, where it was like making it seem like every single immigrant was like a rapist and a murderer. And it was like, what? So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on over there in Britain or with Tommy Robinson. So I'm kind of interested to learn. But the reason I paused originally is because I wanted to point out the fact, look at this dopey ass cop in this bright green fucking stupid ass jacket. No gun, no nothing. He's just got his hand up. No SWAT. No, none of that. Bro's just like, please, for the love of God, don't do it. And like, all these guys are just like, yeah, we're not going to do it, but we're going to scream. That's just not what it's like out here, man. This dude with his fucking, like, missing a tooth. Excuse me. The dude that's, like, missing a tooth up front, holding the freedom, free speech, hashtag free Tommy sign. That dude, he, in our country, he'd be strapped. He'd be doing something about it. That's probably street control or something. I don't know. That's a cop, brother. It's a cop. Their cops don't have shit. Their cops don't have guns. But also, you know who else doesn't have guns? Their people. Their people don't have none of that. So, like, why is this guy... Look at this guy with the cowboy hat. What the fuck? The, like, big guy, he's, like, right in front of the cop with the red sleeve and the fucking vest. Is he from America? There's no way. That's one of ours. If I've ever seen one of ours, or he wants to be. He wants to be. I guess they all kind of want to be. Fucking weirdos.
Boys, I'm not proud of this, but I'm just being an honest person. I'm trying to explain where I was at, how I got to where I was, and how I am where I am now. And so I come across Tommy Robinson in this period of time where he goes to jail for, as he's presenting it to the audience online, trying to report on Muslim grooming gangs. He goes to jail. And I see this as a suppression of journalism, a suppression of free speech by a tyrannical government.
Britain equals North Korea? What? I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You're too young to be crotchety. I like crotchet. That's funny, bro. No, it's crochet. And I know you know it, but I just wanted to say it like you were stupid. Because then when people are watching, they're going to think that you're fucking stupid, Peyton. And that's what you get. That's what you get. But no, I love that. I love that you put us on the background or whatever. Just the fact that you watch it all is dope. I love doing this.
You know, and I ignored the fact that it was contempt of court, and he knew exactly it was contempt of court, and he did it deliberately to provoke this reaction. But the way it was being presented was very clever. Again, it was all about free speech. It wasn't about the underlying issue.
I don't have any more,
etc., but it was just about free speech. And so when you're already primed to be sort of libertarian, pro-free speech, and you're perceiving these attacks on free speech, you start to wonder, why are they attacking these people for their speech? And it unfortunately has this effect of making you think that the person is a truth teller and the government are trying to suppress them. And it reinforces your belief in what they're saying must have some truth to it if they want to hide it so bad. And these people, these what I would now consider grifters, they know that. They know that that's the response and the feeling it's going to create in people. They want to be martyrs because then people will follow them even more ardently.
It's so important for the establishment because they know how reach the people.
An unlimited fine?
Free Tommy Robinson and free him now.
Fine.
And so, yeah, I go to like a rally, like a free speech rally when Tommy Robinson's about to go to jail, and I come across Nico, and I see Nico, and I've seen him online, and I saw how he was trying to present everyone that went to a Tommy Robinson rally as a racist. And I knew from my perspective and knowing who I was.
Unlimited. Let's talk about that, Peyton. Let's talk about how they said contempt of court in Britain can get you an unlimited fine. What did they mean unlimited? Like actually unlimited? Like if the judge was like, yeah, literally pay us $200 a month forever, like it's rent, like it's car insurance. Like that's insane. Not rent. Rent's way more than that. But like it's car insurance. Government alimony. Literally. Like what are we talking about? Unlimited fine? What is that? That's evil. What the fuck? That's crazy. I don't know. I kind of like it though. I don't know. I don't know. Make me not want to do some shit. For real. I'm like, ooh. Unlimited?
I knew I wasn't a racist. And so I go up to Nico and I tell the people around him that he's trolling you and he's trying to like make you look stupid online. And then Nico does misrepresent me in the video and he says that I went up to the police and told them to get rid of Nico.
The police then came over and surprise, surprise, he started crying to them as well.
When in reality, I was actually saying to the police that Nico has his free speech. Because, you know, I'm fucking obsessed with free speech in this period of time. I don't know why. I think it's the single most important thing on earth. But either way, like, as much as I disagree with myself for being...
I like that he had to clarify. I actually believe him. I believe him that he was actually screaming at the cops and being like, let him talk! Let him talk! Freedom of speech! Freedom! Freedom! Yeah, there we go. But yeah, that's hilarious. Also, yeah, is it just when the judge thinks of it? You know what? Let's look it up. Unlimited. Contempt of court unlimited fine. I may or may not like making circles. What does that even mean? You like making circles. Wow. Whatever. Fine. Okay. So I'll just pull it over here. There is no statutory limit to the amount that a court could fine someone for being in contempt unless it is an inferior court, in which case the fine will be up to £2,500. A court could also writ of sequestration against the property of the person who has committed the contempt. A writ of sequestration. A writ of sequestration would enable the court to confiscate or sequester certain assets. Sequester. Okay, so basically, they could do whatever they want and take whatever they want. Oh yeah, it's February 1st. It is February. I keep forgetting that it's freaking the end of January already. That was so quick. January literally blew by. But also, we've done a lot. We have done a lot this month alone. I became an editor. We became affiliate on stream. Fucking so much has happened. Thank you guys, by the way, for being here again. I love these Saturday streams so much. I was in a bad mood before I got on here, so I'm feeling really good now. By the way, at some point we might talk about we're going to have to talk about like current events. That might have to be the second half of the show today, is current events. Because a lot going on.
At that rally and supporting Tommy Robinson in that time, I still stand by the fact that I don't think these people understood why people were presenting them as racist, right? And I just want to touch on that.
Tell me a Trump policy right now.
I support...
Fake, waffle. You're waffling, man. Yeah, answer the question.
I support his trade policy.
How dare you fake this? How dare you?
You know, now, from, you know, the view I have now, I understand there are sort of two types of racism. There's like overt racism, which is like, you know, I fucking hate migrants when you send them back, they're the worst. And then you have this kind of more like subconscious racism, or like in effect racism. And what I mean by that is like, I knew I wasn't racist because I grew up very multiculturally and I liked people of different races. I had lots of friendships with them and I got along with them very well. So I never in my heart felt anything bad towards people of different races. But what can happen from there is when you think you're like immune to racism, you sometimes are more susceptible to it in a way, but just a different type of racism. These grifters know they can't just say that, I don't know, black people are inferior genetically, although some of them have started doing that again. They've found sneakier ways of wrapping it, often by hiding behind culture. These pundits will lie and say stuff like 84% of grooming gangs are Asian Pakistani, which has been endlessly disproven. It is white people who make up the majority of grooming gangs. But all this misinformation can lead you to...
This reminds me of a point that I wanted to bring up. Something called permissible bigotry. Or, hold on. There's this great gentleman named Eric Ewing, the director for the Great Plains Black History Museum. So when me and Brooklyn, my fiance, went to the Great Plains Black History Museum, we had a conversation about the idea of permissible bigotry. And he didn't use that actual phrase. What he used was a term that more related to his life. And I really liked the way that he had put it. So like before he had started giving us the tour, he actually was like, I'm gonna have to, you know, do a couple things real quick. If you guys could just sit right here in the lobby, I'll come right back. We were like, cool. He came right back. We went in. Everything was fine. It was a great time. But then we started talking about permissible bigotry. And he started talking about how he said, he reminded me, you know how I walked in here and then I came back out and got you guys? It's because I had to clean up the mess. My mom always raised me, you got to clean the mess. And he had showed us the closet that, like, kind of he had put all the stuff in, and he was explaining, like, you know, like it was a storage closet. So it kind of looked a little messy because it's a storage closet. But it was like, you know, you clean up the mess, you hide the mess. And that was what his allegory or his whatever, his metaphor for permissible bigotry was. Is no one wants to go to their dentist and know that they're like a KKK member. Like back in the day. This was back in the day is what this is in reference to, because we were talking about kind of the formation of Omaha and North Omaha as it is today through the, I think I want to say the 30s through the like 70s and 80s, and obviously up until now as well, but really that time frame as well. So it just, the idea of you have to hide it, and so then there's a byproduct of that. You have overt racists that like are consciously aware that they're trying to hide it, but then like he said, then you have people who like they don't want to be racist. Like some people want to be racist. A lot of people don't. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't. But then like he said, that makes you more susceptible. And then it's a thing of kind of falling to it, because how could I ever? I'd never. But I believe this. I believe this, but I would never. And nowadays I need to know they're not. Make sure that's a lab coat, not a robe. What? What are you talking about? Anyway, if you guys are ever in Omaha, my little brother, I know no one to be mean to people who don't deserve it. Not being a KK member. He's like, nowadays I need to know they're not. Make sure that's a lab coat, not a robe. That's a bar, Peyton. That's a bar. Yeah. But anyway, if you guys ever get the chance to go to the Great Plains Black History Museum in Omaha, as of right now, it's off of North 24th Street, off North 24th and Lake. Anyway, it's supposed to be moving soon. But let's look at the exhibits real quick. I haven't got to show you guys this yet. I really like this place. Okay. Is it not going to load? Sometimes my browser breaks.
To believe that their culture is inferior to ours,
Probably
and
stop using
therefore we
Opera.
can't mix. And with the Tommy Robinson thing, it's kind of the same when it comes to Islam, right? You didn't hate people for being like having brown skin. You were simply critiquing their ideology, their beliefs.
You wouldn't do that with
Sir William
Would you
Gladstone
do that with
said
the
that.
Bible? Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this
for
book?
people?
Have you read this
there
book?
There are
There's
over
100
a billion people.
I don't like this smug fuck's face. And I don't like, by the way, I don't like Piers Morgan, by the way. That's the dude who's yelling at him, Piers Morgan. He's like, put that book down, put that book down. But I do appreciate the fact that Piers is at least attempting. Piers is like literally, he might be the closest we have to like the middle. And he's not even close. He's just dumb. It hurts and tickles at the same time. Fascists all have the same haircut. Nah, I'm just kidding. I used to have that haircut. It's a little different now.
So, you know, I'm listening to the greatest hits, right? I'm listening to Ben Shapiro debate some 12-year-old feminist. I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, I'm Joe Rogan till I fucking die. And I find myself accepting that I must be right-wing now.
At some point, we'll do an episode on Joe Rogan. I want to do an episode. I want to do a 6-hour deep dive on Joe Rogan. And I want to talk about my feelings on Joe Rogan. I want to talk about my feelings on Joe Rogan. It's, it would take a 6-hour stream for me to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I don't know if I'd say back in the day, the time frame that he's talking about, if I were to put Joe completely in that group. Maybe it was the beginning of it, but we'll do an episode.
And, you know, little hipster Jimmy, that's cool because now I'm different to everyone. I'm the contrarian, right? I have all the different opinions. Oh, no, the sky isn't blue. Actually, no, it's a shade of maroon. And, like, when you're listening to all this stuff, you get this sort of impression of the left. Like, what you're perceiving the left to be like, basically the worst of the left.
You know you're a millennial when you question whether or not it's ethical to bring children into this world. Because of climate change. We don't really...
I want you to know I hate this person too. And not even like actually. Like not even actually. But just like please. Stop talking. You're fine. You're cool. Whatever. Keep it up here. I don't know if I'd say significantly, because depending on the tea you have, it might be caffeinated, and that might be the problem, is the caffeine. But if it's just like normal tea, maybe. Still depends. How much sugar, how much other shit's in it. No, it's not significantly better. It may be a little. It's an antioxidant. You ain't got no fucking antioxidant. They just put that shit on the fucking bottle. They lie.
Know whether or not the world's going to be habitable in 30 years.
And so you just get pushed further and further right from more of a reactionary position rather than some actual ideological and maybe academic understanding of economies and politics. It just sort of is a feeling. And it's so funny, like when Ben Shapiro and these sort of people get famous off of facts don't care about your feelings. But to be honest, like conservatives these days, it just seems to be mainly emotion. It's how they feel about topics. They hate when you bring up academic papers and actual facts, and they don't trust any.
Isn't there a good video about this, Peyton? Isn't there a good video about this? The All Right Playbook or something like that? How to never be wrong? Ah, fuck, I can't remember. I thought it was like the little stick drawings that you show me.
Any of that.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
And either way, I find myself as a right-winger. I have not descended into overtly racist beliefs or overtly transphobic beliefs, misogynistic beliefs. I haven't gone that far, but I probably do house some sort of unconscious discriminatory beliefs in maybe trans people, perhaps even women to a degree. Again, often wrapping their push for equality and better rights as some kind of Marxist revolution. But I believe in the typical sort of right-wing viewpoint that the state should be smaller, that people are responsible for themselves, and probably that like poor people are just lazy and they need to fix their own shit, and that billionaires and corporations are really good and like, you know, sort of, unless they're the ones that, I don't know, Russell Brand says is bad, and then all of a sudden they're bad because they're tied to, I don't know, George Soros. George Soros business, bad. Bill Gates business, bad. But Elon Musk buying Twitter, good. Very good. Anyway, I'm deep in the pipeline, right? I'm deep. COVID happens. Obviously, I don't get vaxxed. I don't wear the mask. I'm sorry if I killed anyone. And, you know, again, I regret that position now. I literally didn't want to get vaxxed, not because I thought it had 5G in it or something, but just because I was so sort of libertarian right-wing that I didn't like the fact the government were telling me to do it. And like, I don't know, I'm here today, I'm vaccinated, and the woke police haven't come to my door yet, so probably I was overreacting.
Vaccine passports. While we've been looking in other directions, they're being slowly yet deliberately introduced. Are they the linchpin in a global surveillance network?
So you might be wondering, like, what was the moment? Like, when did it all change? When did the dam break?
Damn, I've never seen that happen.
I can kind of point to it specifically. And it was through making my videos. Now, as you know, you guys are watching, you're probably really into all the social political stuff I do. But originally, I was a parkour YouTuber, and then I become like an extreme sports YouTuber. And when I got to the end of this period in 2022, I wanted to diversify my content, right? And I remember genuinely, I thought I was probably even going to make like those sort of right-wing documentary series, like things like Jen or like some of Moon's stuff, you know, that kind of thing. I thought I'd end up in that ilk. But you see, because I was a smart bruh and I could read the room, I knew that I could make a video why Jordan Peterson's the best man alive. I knew I had to take my time to kind of meander. So I made a video on a very specific topic about chavs.
Clothing brands that you didn't like were called chavs. Rough neighborhoods were considered chav infested. But what exactly is a chav? And most importantly, where did they all go?
And so I made this video. It's really interesting if you rewatch it, because my biases and all of my thinking going into this video is that chavs are bad because they were dickheads and they chose to be bad. But whilst making the video and wanting to address the question, like, where did chavs go? Why did they disappear? I stumbled across a geezer called Owen Jones.
And what chavs argued back then was against this idea that we're all middle class now, that the old working class had vanished, either it was aspirational and had become middle class, or else it was this feckless rump of lazy, work-shy, bigoted founders living on tinker slaves.
I see Owen Jones and all of my, but you see it in the video. I'm like, look, guys, I'm about to quote Owen Jones. I don't agree with him, but what he says about Chavs is really interesting. You should probably listen to it.
Truly a war in the public sphere. The author and journalist Owen Jones, who I have to admit I don't really agree with him on a lot, he wrote an entire book called Chavs.
So I read it and I'm like, fuck, maybe Chavs were like a product of their environment and their economic status. Bear in mind, this is the opposite. This is the antithesis.
No.
So my view is that I would have believed as a right-winger that cultures are just like people who make decisions to behave in the way they want to. So these are bad people who are choosing to be bad. So after this video, I go down different rabbit holes. I'm making different subcultures. I do skinheads and I do football hooligans, which are both in a very interesting period of time, which is the Thatcher era. And the more I research into Thatcher and see how she completely flipped this country on its head,
I gotta be honest, I have no idea who he's talking about or what he's talking about.
Completely radicalized Britain into being extreme neoliberal capitalists. And it's kind of become just assumed that that's how the world has always worked. That's how we are. But then I discovered that at some point in society, we weren't fucking insane capitalists.
We're in Ronald Reagan? No!
Discover this because there was a period of time called the post-war consensus, which I talk about fucking endlessly on this channel. But in that period of time, we followed a style of economics that was called Keynesianism, which meant that the government's job was to make sure everyone was employed and to tax the wealthy at higher rates, use that money to build infrastructure that benefited the people. And then bear in mind, you know, I'm listening to Donald Trump saying, make America great again, and everyone's harping on about how the world was better back in like the 60s.
I thought Margaret Thatcher was like a fucking... What? Chat. Did y'all know this? Margaret Thatcher? I thought she was like a fucking author. I didn't know she was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Margaret Thatcher is Ronald Reagan. Oh, they were actually like homies. No relationship between American and British leaders has been stronger than that of President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister. Oh my God. What? What? Oh, I want to learn more about this at some point. That's sick.
60s and 50s. And then I find out the reason why it was better was because we had mass public investment. This investment led to the greatest economic boom in history, raised many of the working class into the middle class, which created a whole host of new industries, new products, basically, it was good shit. What we did then was good. And you know, you got to bear in mind that I am being told the only answer to life's problems is dog eat dog, free market.
I just realized
capitalism.
I said that's sick. I don't mean that in a good way. I mean, like, as like a history guy, I'm like, oh, that's cool. I get to learn about that. Ronald Reagan was a bad guy.
Get the government out of everything. The government can do nothing right. Only the geniuses of commerce can do anything, like our water supply that has no piss and poo in it, or like our really quick and definitely on time and affordable train system, or like our really affordable housing that people definitely aren't speculating on and shrinking the middle class.
Private water companies are dumping huge amounts of raw sewage in Britain's rivers and off its
Interesting to learn about the UK.
They're doing so to save money, to ensure returns for shareholders, and by extension, to guarantee massive salaries for bosses at the top.
And so yeah, time's going past, man, and I'm learning this shit, and I'm like, fuck, and I'm starting to realize, like, I don't know if I believe all the things that I believe about right-wing politics, but I hadn't accepted it, right? I was becoming more and more distrustful. Things like this, right? 1 month, I went on holiday to Thailand. I walk in a coffee shop, and I see the most beautiful woman on earth, who is now my wife, and she is Ukrainian. I go to Ukraine. Literally, during the war, I've been to Ukraine many times, and I've experienced air raids. I've heard bombs go off.
Here again, more attacks. Putin must be having a slow day.
All the while, I look on my phone at all the right-wingers talking about Ukraine, and they believe that Zelensky is like, I don't know, a blue-haired feminist or something.
I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
And they're trying to say that it's actually NATO, and NATO are the bad guys, and America's bad, even though we're pro-America, America is bad. And, you know, I'm learning more about the Ukrainian conflict and all the history of how it came to be and why we defend them and why we can't
Whoa,
allow Russia to just go
Ukraine?
and take over sovereign nations.
That's what got
So I learned
him?
more about this. But then there was two people I come across that really like cemented the change, right? So
Pussy in Ukraine changed this, man. That's crazy. Pussy in Ukraine. Shout out to Pussy in Ukraine. That's crazy.
I'm becoming distrustful of the right. I'm starting to see, like, you know, their takes on Ukraine as being ridiculous. And then I come across a string.
Happens to everybody, literally.
So right now we're deep in the sort of Andrew Tate era. Andrew Tate has blown up, and at first it was kind of, you know, it was kind of fun. It was like, especially if you're sort of a young right-wing libertarian type, you need to get strong to look after yourself, look after women, looking after the people you love. Like that sort of stuff was kind of nice. I started going to the gym, I started doing all that stuff. I was always sort of into the self-help stuff, so all that shit sounded good. And then he started to talk about women.
To some degree, as a man, you have to instill drama in the relationship, because if you don't, she's going to get bored.
No, that's very true, man.
And she's either going to leave or she will instill the drama, which gives her control.
Then you're seeing all these Fresh and Fit podcasts and Sneeko and all this crazy shit. And you're seeing like people making their entire livings complaining about women. And you're like, what the fuck is this? And there was one bruh who would go on these shows, and his name was Destiny.
Women fare a lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children, they get put in a better situation financially.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Dude, they get the house. Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true. Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life.
Women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What? Bro.
Destiny was...
Hold on.
Not living the greatest fucking life.
Women fare worse than...
I want everybody to know Destiny's a fucking loser, cuck, piece of shit. This blue-haired piece of shit. I fucking hate him. But so is Sneeko. Sneeko's a dumb little piece of shit, anti-Semitic fucking loser.
Men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money.
This guy, though. This is the Fresh and Fit guy. Oh... I'm not even gonna make... I can't even make, like, a sarcastic jokes anymore, because then Peyton's just gonna clip them out of context. The new Destiny drama is basically, Destiny fucks a lot of people and, like, records it, and he's, like, really weird and, like, sex culty. Destiny's dumb as shit. What's up, Dad? Excuse me. What's up, Pop? You ain't ever up in here on a Saturday. But I wanted to say,
they have
this
better-
guy, oh, fuck. Whatever. The other guy, they just showed for like half a second.
After divorces. So the idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have...
This guy, yeah. This fucking guy, he cannot stand this shit. I know he can't, bro. I think recently there was some fucking like beef he had. This guy had beef with the other guy. Or like not really, but like I don't know. He like kind of pushed back on some stuff, and everybody was like, "Whoa, you're being a pussy, man!" And it was just, I don't know. He's getting tired of this shit. He made his money. He got his pussy. He wants out. He can't handle the stress of this shit. Screaming all there.
Better dating strategies afterwards.
Oh shit!
Men just do better.
Put him in here for 30 minutes just chilling.
Than women in almost every single metric
What's
post-divorce.
up, dude? He was lurking.
Destiny was really interesting because he was a lefty and he was proud to be a lefty. He didn't try and hide. He didn't say he was like a centrist. He was like, no, I'm on the left. But he didn't play into like the left-wing woke crazy stereotype. He was just a normal dude who presented left-wing ideas but was really good at debating. Now remember, debating the left up until this point was Ben Shapiro debating a 4-year-old. But now you're seeing someone who's actually quite well versed in the beliefs of the right wing, debating them and winning a lot. So I get into Destiny, right? And I even was going to make a video on Destiny. I might do it again one day. And I had a conversation with him on a stream, but I was so right wing at the time, I didn't know how to make the video because I kind of had this mental block between really asking him sort of questions. But then the final nail in the coffin.
I hope
for
this
me,
guy doesn't like
at the point
Destiny.
where I realized I was no longer right wing was when I came across Gary's Economics.
You need to have structures in place in your economy that prevent the rich from taking all of the wealth. If you don't have that, history teaches us the rich get all of the wealth. And once the rich have all of the wealth, ordinary people end up with very poor living conditions. If you go to countries that are very unequal, India, South Africa, you know, almost anywhere in Latin America, very unequal societies lead to very poor living standards.
Gary is like a working class geezer, and he became super wealthy as a trader. And his whole thing, his whole thesis was that income inequality is gonna get worse, and he betted on that. He made money predicting that, and it came
Wait,
to
if
fruition.
they get married again, they lose it? Is that what happened in 2.5 Men? I don't remember. Thought Alan has had to keep paying that shit.
Income inequality has got much worse. And what's interesting, right, is he talks about income inequality and why it was bad and why it's bad for house prices and cost of living, etc. But the thing is, and I don't know if he doesn't really talk about this too much, but it clicked, it unlocked this vault in the back of my brain. It was this old memory of a clip that Jordan Peterson had put out. And it was him talking about the correlation between income inequality and crime.
You know, you always hear this idea that poverty causes crime. That's a classic left-wing idea, but it's wrong. What causes crime, especially aggressive crime, is relative poverty. Poverty is when you don't have enough to eat. Relative poverty is when the guy next door has a much better car than you.
The right wing really love to argue about culture. They always say that, like, it's people's, the problems in society comes from people's ideas and beliefs and their values, which is super convenient, right? Because when anything goes bad, you can just say that, oh, well, it's because people are lazy or they're radical Marxist or this. All the while, there's no solution to that, right? What can you do? You can't change people's minds. So it's just like, oh, well, I guess we just have to accept the status quo. But when you fundamentally challenge that view, the sort of outcomes come from culture and people's individual decisions, and you start to realize that outcomes, you know, like negative outcomes, crime, poverty, people having less families, having less kids, that maybe doesn't come from culture. Maybe the reason that men and women aren't having kids and getting married isn't because they're no longer Christian and they don't believe in families and the nuclear family. Maybe it's because no one can fucking afford to have families. Maybe it's because most people in their 20s still haven't moved out of their parents' house. Maybe it's because they don't make enough money between two people to afford to have a child. There's all these things that are happening, and you realize that probably the economic system is causing this. And it isn't just that the testosterone levels in men have dropped because, I don't know, they've fucking touched receipts or something. And so yeah, the sort of like the needle drop. Is that the expression? The pin drop? It all sort of made sense.
The needle drop.
So I realized that I actually don't think everything is culture, and I think mainly things come from economics. I think most culture comes from economics. And like, yeah, of course, attitudes, values, beliefs, they also have an impact, but I think you cannot understate economics. And so from there, as I've had my fucking left-wing epiphany, my left-wiffany, I start to really realize, like, kind of the woke stuff, yeah, it's annoying. Do we need to argue about if there's an egg in a salad emoji? Is that really that important? And you start seeing, like, I don't know, Matt Walsh, where he's done this whole documentary, What is a Woman? And he's the expert in this, going on Joe Rogan, being asked how many kids are on puberty.
I want to talk about What is a Woman and the fact that originally, like, the idea for that movie was supposed to be going over, like, a detransitioner and stuff like that, and they couldn't fucking find one. Anyway, then Matt was supposed to, like, be, like, fake trans, but, like, he couldn't actually, and he was, Matt was supposed to be a man, he was supposed to pretend to be a woman and try to get into sports competitions, and then he found out that he couldn't because he's not actually transitioning, so he doesn't meet any of the requirements because there's actually really strict regulations on this shit. So, yes, detransitioners do exist, they just couldn't find one that was actually, like, aligned with what they were trying to do. But then, yeah, the big one was the one where they tried to, like, get into sports and stuff. Matt Walsh tried to pretend to be a woman to get into female sports, and he couldn't do it because it's literally, it's just not possible as an actual, like, if you're an actual dude who hasn't done any transitioning whatsoever, you can't just go into a women's competition. Anyway.
Blockers, because this is real fucking moral panic.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
If your politics spends more time talking about I don't know, what toilet a transgendered person is going to piss in, or the woke brigade, if it spends more time on that than the cost of living, the housing crisis, rising inequality, things that, you know, are actually important and actually affect your lives, if you're more focused on the former, then I hate to say it, but you've been bamboozled.
Yes.
Google react to radical vegans screaming away by removing the egg from their salad emoji.
So what?
What about
Both sides. Okay, the person on the left who's crying about the egg emoji, the one person, they're a fucking idiot. The 10,000 people on the right that bitch about that one person are also equally as fucking stupid. And then when one, well, that never really happens. It's kind of all.
my rights as somebody who loves eggs to have the egg in the emoji?
It's an endless trope, these sort of moral panic.
As long as litter boxes aren't being used for humans. Bro, this shit's not true either.
These clutching of pearls over social issues tend to seemingly always happen when there's economic problems. Like, I think it was in the 70s where they tried to ban Dungeons and Dragons, the board game, because it was satanic and demonic. It just so happened that the 70s was like a massive economic crisis. And so, yeah, the more I made these videos, the more I started to see these patterns, right? These patterns between
Shut the fuck up, Peyton. Shut the fuck up. Yes, it is. Trevor Moore from The Whitest Kids You Know once stayed at a hotel that was mostly rented out by furries from a convention, and they wanted a litter box in the lobby. Yeah, I know. The Whitest Kids You Know, yeah. I knew what you meant, but yeah, good for chat. Tell them.
Between the 20s and the 30s, the rise of fascism in the West, and how that seemed to tie in with the Great Depression. And then you notice that in the 70s and the 80s, you see the rise of the National Front, the racists and all this sort of stuff. That just happened to be the same time as stagflation and the oil crisis. And then now, lo and behold, 2024, we're in big economic problems, and it just so happens that the far right is on the rise, and the Tommy Robinson Farage followers are now throwing bricks at mosques. It's a repeatable story, and like when I've made these videos,
You literally can't even have a tan at a fucking protest without getting abused in America. These dudes are throwing fucking bricks at them. That's crazy.
you start seeing these patterns and you start seeing how it plays out, and it always comes back to economics. And like, look, I have no hatred towards people who are on the right. I actually feel a lot of sympathy to most right-wingers, because being where they were, I understand that they've kind of just been manipulated. Typically, they've trusted people who present information that try and rile them up, that make a lot of money from doing so, and they distract them from real issues. And the thing is, they're feeling the real issues. The real issues are affecting them, and they're trying to work out why. What is it? And the right will always try and find scapegoats to point at. It always does it. And like, as I've learned more, as I've read the book from George Monbiot, The Hidden Ideology of Neoliberalism, Yanis, I can never say his name, Vokoris or whatever, his book Techno-Feudalism, I kind of realized like the argument should be about economics. The more I learn about the left and right economic theories, the more evidence that I can see that left-wing economics tends to result in better growth and prosperity for all people. Our system currently is great for the 1%. It's great for the ultra-wealthy because it monopolizes money into few hands. When you don't have rules to regulate certain businesses, when you tax people less and less.
I don't know if the 2008 financial crisis affected Britain, or if it did, I don't know how much it did, or you know, in what ways. But yeah, that 2008 financial crisis, you just showed the screenshot before this one. I mean, yeah.
It becomes this like race to the bottom. And there's a funny reason as to why I believe in these kind of left-wing values, and it ties back to my original right-wing ideology, is because of meritocracy. The right always claim to believe in meritocracy, that we should, as a society, reward people who are good at things, right? And I genuinely believe that. However, I don't believe meritocracy exists when some people can inherit the best education, eat the best foods, have time to do sports, be healthy, have time to learn the oboe and the trombone whilst doing the Free Peaks challenge. That person has such an incredible advantage over the person at the bottom of the hierarchy. The person who grew up in poverty, whose dad's in jail, who whose mum has to work 3 jobs, that person who then has to leave home at 16 to pay rent and they can't afford to save a single penny, and the fact that this group of people that are living like this is growing, child poverty is growing, I think it's utterly insane to pretend that there is a meritocracy. But the right wing, through a very concerted effort, has brainwashed most of society to believe that this is inevitable. We can't fix this. There's nothing we can do about this. But we know we can. We have in the past. Countries do right now. And so that is where I land.
This was posted 3 months ago.
And if it means that I now have to wear a badge to show I'm part of the woke brigade, so be it. I've accepted that through actually delving into this stuff, looking into social economic problems, reading papers from academics, not listening to Jordan Peterson tell me that the academia world is overrun by Marxists. I've learned some stuff and I've challenged my way of viewing the world and had to challenge my ego at the same time. So I want to know you guys' evolution. Like, have you always believed in what you believe? Has it ever changed? What changed?
All right. Holy shit. That was crazy. Holy shit. Let's go on face cam for a second while I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do next. And, all that shit. I wanted to talk about that, though. I wanted to talk about a couple things there at the end. I wanted to talk about the meritocracy thing. Just quickly, I just wanted to touch on the meritocracy thing, because it's just so simple and easy to just like end that argument, in my opinion. And I mean, I guess if you have more to push back on what I say, then maybe go ahead. But the whole point of the DEI initiatives and any of that stuff, like anything related to civil rights and all that stuff, was to combat the fact that there was not a true meritocracy. They were to give a better meritocracy. So to say it's worked entirely, no. To say it's gotten better, yes. And anytime, like, Elon literally didn't, I think we watched it last week, right? Or no, maybe I watched it on my own. Maybe I watched it with someone else. I don't know. Elon did that interview with Don Lemon, and he was talking about meritocracy and how it's been devalued, and it's easier to get in the door now because you just have to be black. Like, they think that diversity hires are like, okay, white dude went to med school for fucking 10 years, and then black dude, okay, hire black dude. Like, they don't realize that they'll have like the same resume, or one will be better, and they'll pick based off that. They actually think about the black dude now. They actually like kind of consider it a little bit. So I don't know. I think that's stupid. It's a dumb argument to say that we're going, like, it's just such an obvious dog whistle. It's just such a stupid and obvious dog whistle of like the Make America Great Again dog whistle. Like, the whole idea of like, when was it great and for who? Make America Great Again for who? Because it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. And we've seen that already. They're already making concentration camps. They're already using Guantanamo as a concentration camp. 30K. I don't know if we're going to watch that. That's kind of gay. It's kind of lame, is what I meant to say. By the way, being gay is not lame in any facet or fashion. I am so sorry. Oh my God. Queer man. Queer man, yeah, that's me. Queer man, yeah, that's me. I'm not clipping it, don't worry, I'll protect you. feel like he's clipping it right now. Nothing's stopping me from clipping, though. I don't give a shit. Y'all can do whatever. I kind of want to talk on some like current event shit, though, just because shit's going down. Okay, maybe we'll pull it up. Okay, maybe we'll pull it up. Maybe we'll. Was it? Oh my God, dude. Dude. Okay, I kind of want to watch this too, though. Jeremy Corbell calls out Trump New Jersey drone cover-up. I feel. Why is Jeremy Corbell on Breaking Points? That just ruined all credibility for me, bruh. What do you mean, Jeremy Corbell, bruh? Of course, Sauger's a fucking UFO guy. Sauger's a fucking idiot. Oh my God. What the fuck? What dumbasses. Which video is it that they had Andrew Callahan? Oh, there it is.
We are very fortunate to be joined.
I found it. I know, like UFO stuff. Spider-Man does whatever Spider can.
This morning by Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, who is out with a new documentary called Dear Kelly. Great to have you, Andrew. Welcome.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. I'm a big fan of Breaking Points. I appreciate.
Wait 1 second. Oh, oops.
We are very fortunate to be joined this morning by Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, who is out with a new documentary called Dear Kelly. Great to have you, Andrew. Welcome.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. I'm a big fan of Breaking Points. I appreciate you guys for the platform. It's early morning, thanks to y'all, so thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you for waking up for us. We appreciate that. We are likewise big fans. Let me give people a little bit a taste of the trailer here, and then on the other side, you can tell them the backstory.
I think if I showed you, we might watch a Channel 5 video. We might watch a Channel 5 video, little bro, because I think you would actually really like Andrew. He just wears like cool suits and he interviews people and he's really smart. I like Andrew. He also did potentially assault that woman, but gonna just hope he's a good guy.
Of what inspired you to follow this one individual. Let's take a look.
Why did the framework created by QAnon and Trump propaganda cause an innumerable amount of people to jump headfirst down the rabbit hole, endangering their safety, lives, and freedom? I thought I had it figured out. I pointed fingers at the fear-mongering 24-hour news cycle.
There's nothing fake about CNN.
And at radio hosts who sell supplements and t-shirts to paranoid libertarians. But deep down, I didn't really know. That was until I met a man named Kelly J. Patriot at a White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach, California, and asked him one question.
What's the most painful piece of truth that's hurt you?
Guy stealing my home. His name's Bill Joyner. Financially, he wanted to destroy me. He destroyed my 25-year business, separated and devastated my family. So that answers your question.
Dude sounds like he sucks.
I don't think he's a good guy. In my opinion, he's a bad guy and he's hurt a lot of people. But then again, look what the Democrats are doing to others. Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
I hope you fucking die, homie, straight up.
So what was it that caused you to be sort of captivated by this guy and to really
Bill
follow
Joyner
up with him and
Logan.
figure out what was actually going on there?
I think that it came from like a just not being satisfied with like my kind of deep dives into like the MAGA far right for a long time. I had just followed Trump's campaign trail across the country, filming for my first project on HBO, and I felt like I had sort of been able to document the craziness in like a time capsule, but never really been able to understand what economic and social factors actually cause people to become radicalized, especially dudes who are later in life like Kelly. And I never really was able to actually dig deep, but in his story about Bill Joyner and the foreclosure of his house and his family being separated, I saw a window and a chance to actually figure out the why of how people get like that in the first place.
Yeah, and it's you're probing this like central chicken or egg question that a lot of your work is based on, which, you know, I think one of the reasons people love your work is you come to this idea that like there are a lot of very good people who do a lot of crazy things and get caught up in the fringes. And you include some interesting stats about January 6th and, for example, people's debt levels, like whether they were there on January 6th, if they had particular levels of debt. There's just a big proportion of people. I hadn't even realized that there were numbers attached to all of this. I mean, you could see it when you were there. But can you tell us a little bit about how this experience with Kelly either changed, modified, added nuance to the way you see the world, that, you know, maybe there are some people who come into all of this stuff with prior difficulties and then it changes them, or is it just, you know, a one-way street?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, before I started documenting Kelly, and this is filmed over the course of 4.5 years, I didn't realize that so many people who like were so deep in that QAnon rabbit hole had just normal lives like in 2020 that were completely derailed by financial hardship, and particularly how that coalesced with like political psychosis. I don't like using the word misinformation because it's not like everything they read is totally false or consumes false, but it's just being locked in this echo chamber of like 24/7 outraged content for a long period of time. And definitely learned a lot about just people like that in general, but also about myself as a documentary filmmaker and how emotionally invested I want to be in the outcome of like a subject or someone that I'm documenting. Like by the end of the film, especially like after the intervention, to spoil it a bit, not too much, I was so emotionally invested in Kelly turning over this new leaf that it became like more important than my own life. And I don't think I ever want to get that involved again. Because I mean, I'd filmed 350 hours of footage in total, and I ultimately baked it down to 89 minutes. But it was like my personal expectations were tethered to his in a way that I'm not sure was super healthy.
I think for me, as a democratic socialist who thinks a lot about like class analysis, the way you approach this really played into some of my sort of mental preconceptions, because you're like, there was a material harm that happened to a lot of these people, and it sort of pushed them in this direction of radicalization. And that's both true and not true in Kelly's case. Like, he did genuinely go through this foreclosure, which for anyone is a, you know, horrific situation. But the way he portrayed it was also not entirely accurate. And then when you're still many years past that financial hardship, and there's still, you know, and you've had this severing of relationship with your kids, and you're not being there for them as, you know, as a father, and they're having to have these, you know, again, I don't want to spoil too much, but they're coming to you saying this has really hurt us, and you have a chance to turn over that new leaf, and that's not necessarily the direction that you want to go in. It just makes the picture a little more complex, right? It's not as simple and straightforward a sort of math equation of, you know, financial hardship plus loss of connection. I mean, you actually have a sort of like formula you lay out in the beginning. Doesn't have to lead to this, doesn't always lead to this. There are other choices. It's not always like as clear a picture as you're telling yourself in your head. You know, did it kind of challenge some of your conceptions coming in as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I started when I was 22 and I finished when I was 27. Like the first shoot being the White Lives Matter rally on April 11, 2021, and the last shoot being 3.5 2.5 weeks ago with our friend Uncle Pill at a skate park in San Diego, you can see my approach like kind of morph throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because midway through like 23, 24, I'm like, I'm going to be able to figure this out. I've got everything diagnosed. I have all the ducks in a row. I'm going to make sure that he's able to turn over a new leaf. But one thing that I noticed too is that I didn't mention this in the movie very much, but the idea of self-narrative was also very important in his sort of inability to turn over that new leaf over time. Because it's a comforting self-narrative for him to have this heroic black and white, good versus evil, Bill Joyner, screwed me over. And the way that morphs with the political movement in general is very two-dimensional. You know what I mean? The idea that there's this like nebulous dark force out there that's just, it exists. We don't know what it is, but it's there to rob everything from the hardworking, red-blooded American patriot. And it might not be.
That's a good point, Peyton. He had to learn what it was like to try and, the strife of trying to save an addict.
My boogeyman.
What do you mean? What happened January 6th? You fucking with me? Yeah, it's when they stormed the Capitol after Trump lost 4 years ago. You didn't know about that? A bunch of people got arrested, and then they all just got pardoned. A bunch of terrorists just got pardoned. A bunch of domestic terrorists just got pardoned. Let me say that one more time. A bunch of domestic terrorists just got pardoned. Cool.
Might not be shared by yours. However, we're all united in our fight against the evil forces. And in a way that's comforting to people in his position because it stops them from actually picking up the pieces, right? That's why I was, he was spending 15 hours a day putting up leaflets saying Bill Joyner stole my home. That time easily could have been used at, maybe getting an entry-level job and trying to save up money to start from the bottom. But that's a lot. It takes a lot of humility to be able to bring yourself back to that level and start from scratch. It's easier to revel in the past while simultaneously leading a hero's narrative that keeps you in a revenge mind state.
Well, and actually, I just want to jump onto that point because one of the interesting things that you touch on is how he grew up in a mobile home in, I think it was Iowa. And so he may have been ultimately a bankruptcy attorney, but there was something, I think, traumatic, and I'm curious what you make of this, for him about losing his kind of upper middle class, if not upper class status. And that, for him, was maybe like the truth that he didn't want to grapple with. You hear his kids saying that it was like the house. It was just, he could not give up the house. And he's still driving his banged up BMW, even though it's got a big like dent in the hood as your camera's caught. It seems like there was something about growing up poor that made him cling to the kind of fantasy of having made it.
Yeah, definitely, because he sort of achieved the American dream, which is just class mobility in general. I mean, especially nowadays with the cost of living, very few people can go from living in a mobile home in their lifetime to being cemented as a community member in an upper class gated community. So he hit that point, and I think the material obsessions were his way of holding on to what that meant to him, like internally. And you see this all the time. People hit the lottery, rappers get a bunch of money, they spend it more on like material items because they have a sort of imposter syndrome in general because they didn't grow up in the same way that their peers did, because most people who are rich grew up rich. There's very little crossover. And so I felt like, he felt it was a huge blow to his ego and also, self-perception and self-narrative to be foreclosed upon.
Are you still in touch with Kelly? Is he happy his guy's back in the White House now?
Yeah, he's actually pretty excited about the film. Like a lot of people look at the end of the film and they think like, oh my God, he must feel so bad about it, But at the end of the day, there is a lot of small victories that have been secured throughout the process of the film. Like him not caring so much about Bill Joyner, which is his boogeyman, evil, predatory lender guy that he claims ruined his life. Him not caring about Bill by the end is a huge stride forward. If you consider that in the opening scene at Planned Parenthood, he's almost like passing out from anger yelling about Bill. Yeah. So, I mean, it might not be the Hollywood ending that people want. Yeah, he's never met him. And, I'm being sued by Bill right now, which sucks. So but I also haven't met Bill either.
Wow.
Yeah, Bill is suing Channel 5. I told Mom I'm likely dying faster than she is. She pouted. Yeah, don't do that. She got trauma with that shit, bro. What the fuck?
So
Now she gonna have another
Laura-
fucking manic breakdown and try calling me or some shit, and then remember I blocked her, and then she's gonna freak out again. Bro, you can't be doing that.
There's more story to unfold there, just
Yeah.
with you versus Bill Joyner. Maybe you'll be the next one, like Bill Joyner ruined my life now.
Next time you're on, Andrew, it's just going to be you talking about Bill Joyner.
It remains to be seen.
There was one other thing I wanted to ask you about, Andrew. If we could put F1 up on the screen. You put out a very, pretty aggressive post here about Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is a straight punk bitch. Shout out to the Jewish homies and my great grandpa who fought Nazis in France and came home with PTSD and never spoke a word about the war until his final years. If ICE is dead set on doing roundups, start with deporting that traitor back to South Africa where he came from. Real shit. I don't normally get actually mad, but this is extreme Custer behavior, and it warrants a brief statement. Fuck anyone repping Nazi shit forever unless they were peer pressured at San Quentin and can't afford tattoo removal. Andrew normally stays out of shit. Andrew normally is not the guy to give you an opinion, by the way. So I appreciate him being like, yeah, no, this guy needs to go. Dude, I can give a shit about Twitter, bro. Send him back. Send him back. Yes, start deporting that traitor.
None of which I disagree with, but in any case, it felt like a little bit of a break from the way you normally approach things, because a lot of times you sort of let your work and the characters you follow speak for themselves. And I just was curious what led you to take this more aggressive approach. And after having watched the documentary, actually, it made me wonder if that was
Trump's
part of your
told him he'd
evolution
suck
to
his dick
being
or some
more
shit. It's
directly,
crazy.
personally outspoken.
Or no, I said that
Well,
wrong.
I mean-
Trump has posted shit where he was like, if I told Elon to kneel, he would kneel. Like shit like that.
A little, just like Elon Musk
That was
has been
back in the
doing
day,
like Nazi dog whistle stuff on Twitter for like 5 or 6 months now. I know this because I grew up on 4chan, like back in the day, back the pre-censorship free internet when like half the people were Nazis and half the people were anarchists, like back in the day when it was like either you were part of Anonymous or you were like a seriously like Charlottesville person. And so I know that he's been doing these like weird, not even dog whistles, just like straight up following Nazi accounts, reposting Nazi shit. And then when he did that, I don't know, I just got triggered. I kind of felt bad when I posted it because I'm supposed.
Oh boy. Nazis. And then I started a blast.
Supposed to be like neutral and maintain composure, but that was for sure a Hitler salute. And it's it's a Hitler salute not just because of the obvious body language, but because the guy has been paying homage to like Nazi ideology in accounts on X for the past like 6 to 8 months. And so, but the comments are crazy. So many people are like going to bat for Elon. They're like, he's just giving his heart out to the people. I was like, dude, if you give your heart out to the people, you go like this. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Heart goes out to you. You don't do the Sieg Heil. But, I think we're in this era where, he could do it and say Sieg Heil. I don't think people would care. They'd find out a way to rationalize it and be like, dude, he's just so autistic. You don't know if you met an autistic person, but they're always hailing Hitler, I guess.
Yeah, have you considered?
Have you ever met an autistic person? They're just hailing Hitler. That's my yes. That's the best way to fucking autistic kids. They just they love to hail Hitler.
You're just being ableist right now, Andrew.
See, now the
wait, what she
just
said?
being ableist right now. Andrew.
They're always
she's
hailing Hitler, I guess.
Yeah, have you considered you're just being ableist right now, Andrew?
See, now the what's it called? The sights are on me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was just like, that's the thing with, we're all like downstream of 4chan culture now, that people who are not being ironic get away with the like shield of irony. And to like, in some fairness, it actually does make it hard to, it doesn't mean that irony trolling is right, but it does make it hard to like sometimes decode. But I guess, Andrew, having spent time on 4chan, you speak the language probably better than most.
Yeah, I definitely do. And not to mention, he's not from the United States. And he has a lot to say about migrants coming here and ruining shit. Whereas this guy is from South Africa, of all places, the most racist place that ever exists in the history of the world. And he's coming here and he's manipulating information. That seems pretty treasonous and like some foreign interference to me. And it's just crazy to think that Trump ran his whole campaign on getting the deep state bureaucracy out of office. And now it appears that he has like a private, council of tech oligarchs backing him entirely. So it appears that the deep state was elected.
Well, I personally appreciate the new outspoken mode of Andrew Callahan. So I hope we hear more of it. And of course, always look forward to your work. Tell people where they can watch Dear Kelly.
You guys can watch Dear Kelly at www.dearkellyfilm.com for the low rental cost of $5.55. Or if you're feeling generous, you can buy it forever for $15.55.
It's worth it.
And he's got some lawsuit costs against Bill Joyner. So help him out with that, guys.
Shout out to Bill, shout out to Kelly, shout out to Breaking Points.
Thanks, Andrew.
man.
Great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, if you
All right. I might swerve in that corner. Whoa. Hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch to let this shit go. And I heard that she wanna blow. Or fuck, that she wanna show me who she be. I'm kinda fucking with it. Show me some boat. Play some talk to it? No. Okay, so what I'm about to do, real quick. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. So I'm gonna play some music. I'm gonna put John Cena on screen. And I want you guys to talk to John Cena, bruh. Give him some words of encouragement. The Royal Rumble's tonight. I need you guys to hype him up because he needs to win tonight so that he can become the 17th-time world champion and the holder of that spot forever as the greatest. No, he's not on the fucking... Oh, that's funny.
It's been way too long since I hit it. Say what you want, I committed. I done did too much and spit too much for all y'all not to get it. Okay, run it back, I've been waiting. I'll son his ass here, baby. It's Chris Rose, it's been known that I don't fuck with the faking. It's been way too long since I hit it. Say what you want, I committed. I done did too much and spit too much for all y'all not to get it. Okay, run it back, I've been waiting. I'll son his ass here, baby. It's Chris Rose, it's been known that I don't fuck with the faking. I said I've been known to get crazy. Nah, I'm playing this in Reddit pussy, I ain't trying to be so basic. There's a wide range in this competition and I'm not trying to waste it. There's enough plates here to pass around, but some of y'all are just hella greedy and be acting now. That's a clown. So then what's my fucking issue? I guess envy cause I work for this. Well, some you get an excuse and I still have to earn my clicks. You work for clout, I work for skill. If you hurt me out, I'd hurt your feels. Cause I don't have much patience for some hype beast that ain't real. Why do I feel like I have to be the one to change my ways? I'm just trying to wrap my life into a better place. I'm just trying to find my peace and be happy with what I made. And now I gotta show you punks that I won't wrong with. Cause true talent is a must need. Y'all been pissed as fuck me, now fuck that. I've been a man. Becky Lynch with a pen in hand. I said the shit, I'll say again. I ain't never scared of you weak boys. I done been ahead like Futurama with the knee boy. It's been way too long since I hit it. Say what you want, I committed. I done did too much and spit too much for all y'all not to get it. Okay, run it back, I've been waiting. I'll son his ass here, baby. It's Chris Rose, it's been known that I don't fuck with the faking. It's been way too long since I hit it. Say what you want, I committed. I done did too much and spit too much for all y'all not to get it. Okay, run it back, I've been waiting. I'll son his ass here, baby. It's Chris Rose, it's been known that I don't fuck with the faking. I hate the fact that my motivation is just pure envy and an impatience to achieve greatness. I've been creative, yet still blocking my own mind cause of deep hatred. I seethe waiting for a knob to drop, opportunity for some heat exchanges. See, I'm basically just beefing me to keep my feet placed when y'all little fuckers try and impress me. I am not the one for testing. I say that yet I know it's not interesting. People need results and I just talk, so I'm not resting. Not till I can prove that I'm the dude worth your time to be investing. Why do I feel like I have to be the one to change my ways? I'm just trying to wrap my life into a better place. I'm just trying to find my peace and be happy with what I made. And now I gotta show you punks that I won't wrong with. So I guess I'll face the fact I'm not perfect. I heard the words and just say absurd. I'm first to work and I'm last to leave. Name a person with more craft than me. I mean, once again, here's comparisons. When will Chrissy learn his listening? Stop talking out his ass chirping in. I mean, probably never in a mortal sin. Envy. Would it been like putting in hours hours every day just to get a pay. You don't even know if it's in time. Life has always been a bitch. I am not about to die knowing I ain't give it all I haven't been like. What it been like putting in hours every day just to get a pay. You don't even know if it's in time. Life has always been a bitch. I am not about to die knowing I ain't give it all I haven't been like. I'm a different guy. I don't like to talk, save my words for when I spit a ride. Ain't no other way up top, you can't just get a ride. You ain't even got the gas, homie. Let's switch the vibe. I just want some honey out here suckling my beeswax. I just fucked a furry bitch and now she want her leash back. You just borrowed mama's car and now she want her keys back. Talking on my shit now cause I ain't got my knees met. So I'ma do the most to get my get bag. It's Christmas to go. And y'all like shit, man, I'm on 10. Perked up, thinking I'm like boss, man, it's all me all day. I ain't switch for clicks, man.
Sorry, I'm talking to Brooklyn in chat. I might have to text her. Jordan, are you coming tonight? Jordan! I ain't pinning shit. I ain't pinning shit. I'm eating some motherfucking... I need another video, guys. No, I can pin shit. You can't pin nothing. You, my friend, cannot pin a damn thing, brother. Oh, you don't got the money right now. Mister went out to fucking Beercade last night and probably got fucking hella drunk, made hella... But nah, you should kill yourself, Jordan. He said he'd mom me in the future. True. True. I did say that. And that's where my money went. Yeah, you should fucking die, bruh. You should die. Just to go hang out with Brogan, of all people. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? There is something I want to check out real quick. Hold up. I gotta fix something with my overlay real quick. I don't know if I remember Andrew and Cameron. I don't know if I remember them. I didn't know. But I don't know. Bro Jogan? No, just Brogan. Just Brogan. Just Brogan. Just Brogan. I gotta make a new overlay. Budget. Text. Sorry, I'm doing something real quick, chat. Changing some stuff around so that things look better. Cool. All right, now I want to show you guys a music video. I want to show you guys this music video. This is a local rapper. His name's Bobo the Bread Boy. He just dropped a new he just dropped a new music video. That is a diss track to the people who just fired him, his job, his last job. So I just thought it would be pretty cool to add. Sorry, I got a couple things going on here. Gimme. Sweet. Got it set up. So now when I fucking do shit, it won't reset the chat every fucking time. But now chat's still reset. Are we talking about spawn points? That's crazy. 9cat music. Jordan, are you even still here? Jordan, did you leave already? Probably. Piece of fucking. Alright. Let's watch this. I'm super excited for this. Boom, boom. Y'all need to go check out Bubble the Brad Boy. This dude's so fucking good.
Hey, fuck y'all.
This is crazy.
Fired up freestyle.
Hey, yeah, they let me go from my job. Now I'm back at home. Made a couple hundred clicking buttons on my iPhone. Stabbed me in the back, seen it coming, boy, I should've known. I ain't getting mad, all I know is that I'm about to grow. Fucking they some hoes, but I got a couple bros. Yeah, they told me what they know, and I owe them all the smoke. But the pussies that be running it are always on the rag. They let other people slack and try to tell me I was bad. They let homie leave whatever, did it once and that was that. I know homie stole a phone from the work and got the cash. There's a dude at the job selling weed right in the bathroom. I got dirt on all of you. Bro was getting high at the job, I had to take him home.
He just said he knows someone selling weed in the back of his.
Supposed to be the boss, doing drugs that he don't even know. He was talking shit about his workers like we wouldn't know. I'm about to leave 100 bad reviews, yeah, they all some hoes, ayy. What a boss, watching anime, hey. So
What
the
a
boss get an
boss
hour
watching
break, wait.
anime.
Yo, that dude always coming
What
late,
the
say.
boss do?
Got the best sales in the place, ayy. What a boss, watching anime, hey. So the boss get an hour break, wait. Yo, that dude always coming late, say. Got the best sales in the place. Now it's time to get a little rude and I'ma fuck him up. 6'2", cherry dude and I can fuck him up. Also got some footage that might put him down in the dumps. I don't wanna do it, but I might just to fuck him up. TKA, it won't never be the same. TKA, it won't never be the same. Thought that we were homies, but y'all didn't think the same. I said TKA, it won't never be the same. Stain, I'ma crash out.
I love that. I love that he just has that in there for no reason.
I said TKA, it won't never be the same. Stain, I'ma crash out.
Who's Germ Fan? Who's Germ Fan? Thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. But I just want to know who the hell Germ Fan is. That's cool that it just gives it to someone random. Or is that someone that's in the chat right now? No, they're not even in the chat right now. That's crazy. Yeah, by the way, Jordan actually showed up for 2 seconds and dipped. I'm never watching his lives ever again. Like, actually. If Jordan drops a video or anything, I'm not watching a fucking single thing. Holy shit. I was able to pick, but I don't know if that's because I'm I'm like, it's my channel. I don't know if that's why I was able to pick. Edit his covers if you're not watching the video. What? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Jordan. What are you talking about?
I'ma spaz out, got 100 racks now just to act out. Talking shit on my videos, you make videos.
Oh, are you talking about his covers he's posting on like Instagram and shit?
Man, you
Ain't nobody give a fuck about them shitty ass videos. Fuck Jordan. Fuck Jordan. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can choose someone, man. You probably just fucked it up.
I ain't worried about the money, but let's make a deal. Did me wrong and you know it, tell me how you feel. You could never.
That's disgusting, bro. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? I just wanted to watch that real quick to show some love. To Bobo. Because I fuck with Bobo's music. I fuck with Bobo's videos. Obviously, I fuck with Bobo's videos. I edit the regular YouTube videos. I had no editing on that. Obviously, that was good people edited the music video. I just do the. What they talking about? They talking about know what they talking about. 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 King ISO. Oh wait, I still have my shit showing. You guys are just seeing my feed. No, you can't see the feed, bro. You can see me in the chat. I don't want y'all to see my fucking feed, bro. Y'all saw that I fuck with Shane Gillis. God damn it. Bro said no. Let me see. He said no. Let me see. Bill Burr smacked some sense on the right wingers. The Young Turks Sports? What the fuck? Why does TYT have a sports division? I just don't feel like that does anything for anybody. Yeah, what's the fucking name? Oh yeah, the name of the stream is Chris watches videos and screams for 6 hours. I love that so much. Used to watch you sleep to beer ASMR. Why were you watching me do that? What the fuck? Oh, we're not watching this, Peyton. We're not watching this, Peyton. That shit fucked with me, bro. That shit fucked with me. What's up, Sarcast? What's up? I know the screen's black right now. I'm looking for another video to watch. I'm looking for some. We were watching a video about this dude in Britain. God damn it, Peyton! You got me again. We're not watching the fucking video, Peyton. Stop sending that link. Holy shit. Fuck. If you send me the same link, bro, I swear, chilling, running zombies, had to stop through. I appreciate that, Cast. I appreciate that. You probably fucking them zombies up, too. Probably fucking them zombies up. Hold up, Lil Bay. Hold up, Lil Bay. Sorry. Got some Dewey cock stuck in my head. Oh, they got a Malcolm X interview? I'm gonna have to save that. Here, let me see what's in my watch later, because I think I have some stuff. I think I have some stuff in my watch later. Did my little brother just get me with the... My little brother just got me with the same fucking video. This new Easter egg. What's the new Easter egg? Is that cat? Which one's that? I didn't know they dropped more shit on Call of Duty. I didn't know they dropped more shit on Call of Duty. That's insane. Here's my watch later. Chat. I might show you guys my watch later. I'll show you guys my watch later, just so you guys can see the type of shit that I have in here. Apex I did not put this here. I actually did not fucking put this here. What? I've never liked Apex ever. New tomb map, new boss. Damn. I'm going to have to hop on now. I'm going to have to hop on Call of Duty. I'm going to have to hop on some zombies. The entire Jay and Silent Bob story finally explained. Okay. I like this. I like this. It's from 5 years ago. A lot of these are from 5. I'm gonna time you out, little bro, if you don't chill out. Little bro, if you don't chill out, I'm gonna fucking time you out. I'm gonna time you out. Why the fuck is this shit in here? The fuck? I look like a freaky white boy.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day one, he would install
Wait,
Kyle on
what?
his computer without spending a dime because it's
Okay, yeah. Good one, Peyton. Bet. What in the fuck am I reading right now? Holy shit. Okay.
All right, guys, got a quick breaking news video here for you. And I have to say...
Everybody go check out Secular Talk. Go check out Kyle Kulinski. We fuck with Kyle Kulinski here at the 7 Dozen broadcast.
It's becoming impossible
8460
to
broadcast.
squeeze everything into these little weekend segments. So definitely tune into the show on Monday because there's a lot of stuff that I can't get to today. But eventually we'll get to all of it. But a couple things to update you on. So first of all, Trump appears absolutely positively convinced that doing tariffs is the right thing. And I don't see a way out of it at this point. He's going to basically use national security authority in order to try to get it through. So in other words, he's kind of going to go around Congress, and then we'll have to see in the courts if that holds up. But a new study just came out, and Trump's tariffs could cost the average U.S. household $830 in extra taxes per year. So this is effectively going to be like a tax, and of course it's going to hit the middle class and the poor harder than anybody else. When pressed on this issue of the tariffs in the White House, he came out and admitted that, well, there might be some temporary disruption, but people understand that. They understand that. We're talking about a 25% tariff on Canada, 25% tariff on Mexico. We do a tremendous amount of trade with both of them. That means de facto, virtually every good that comes from these places is going to shoot up 25% because, of course, the cost will be put onto the consumer. Then you also have the terrifying notion. He even floated that we're going to tariff pharmaceuticals coming in this country, which means drug prices will skyrocket even more than they already are, and we already have the most expensive drugs in the world. So this is like 5-alarm fire. To put in perspective for you how horrible this is, I want to read you this quote. This is something else. So Linda Hasenfratz is the executive chairwoman of the Canadian auto parts maker Linamar. Yeah, Linamar. And she said this: the 25% tariffs President Trump intends to impose tomorrow on exports from Canada and Mexico could shut down North American auto production within a week. Nobody can absorb this kind of cost, not the automakers, not the suppliers, not consumers. Hasenfratz, whose Canada-based company has plants in all 3 countries, said in a statement to the New York Times, demand will collapse and vehicle production will grind to a halt, putting millions of workers out of work, the vast majority of which are in the U.S. So this is what we're talking about here. And Trump genuinely appears to be ideologically committed to this, despite all the evidence to the contrary that this would actually be horrible for the U.S. economy.
I don't understand the tariff thing. I don't understand the McKinley or whoever the fuck he calls the tariff king. I don't understand the obsession. I don't get it. I don't know if anybody gets it. What is up with that? Why?
Economy. I got to be honest, even the donor class, even the people who bought Trump, even, the corporate overlords and the robber barons, most of them are like, hey, this is a bad idea. But he can't help himself. He read a book on McKinley, and he's obsessed with President McKinley. McKinley's thing was tariffs. And so now he appears...
I only know that president's name because that's the name of the school that the kids go to in the show Glee.
Like a bull in a china shop. He's going to go ahead at 100 miles an hour. And
that's the kind of legacy McKinley left.
And we're in real danger here. This could absolutely crash the U.S. economy. So that's one horrible update for you. I have more. So yesterday, as I'm sure many of you have seen already, there was another plane crash. It was a small medical plane, I believe. There were 6 people on board. It had a pediatric patient of 5 years old. I mean, this stuff is heartbreaking, man. I think the plane was actually from Mexico, and it crashed in Philadelphia. And there's all these horrible videos out there of it just plummeting to the ground and exploding. There's video...
Something that needs to be talked about, and I mean, maybe he'll mention it probably. I might go 2 for 2 on saying things right before Kyle says them. But I'm pretty sure Trump just like fired like a shit ton of air control people and like just kind of destroyed the whole hierarchy that's going on there.
Of a guy in a McDonald's drive-through and the explosion happens like pretty close to him. And he's
It was
recording
different
I mean,
link
just
this time.
Really, really horrible stuff.
I was
This
getting
is
it
the
'cause it was
second
the
plane
same.
crash since Trump took power.
But now it's different.
Now, at the same time, we just got this news. Listen to this. 90% of U.S. airport towers in the country are understaffed.
See?
Only 10% have the proper number of air traffic controllers.
See?
This is what we just learned. And at the same time, Trump axed hundreds of FAA officials when he got in. Elon fired the TSA chief.
Yep.
And of course, they froze air traffic controller hiring. And they're trying to get more of them to retire by offering them that buyout, which is not really a buyout, but they're basically trying to get more to retire to slim down the government even more. Guys, this is anti-government fundamentalism is what we're looking at. And the fact of the matter is, this anti-government extremism mixed with deregulation, which is part of that anti-government extremism, that's how we ended up where we are. That's why we're having these plane crashes. That's why nobody's even talking about a solution of, hey, maybe we should actually beef up airline safety right now. It really does feel like we're in a flat-out failed state at this point. And then the final thing I wanted to bring up to you guys, and again, tune into the show on Monday because we're going to have a million more stories. I simply don't have time to get to absolutely everything today, but there's a federal government purge going on of all these different websites that help people with HIV, that help young people. They're removing the T in LGBT all across every government website. They
Yes.
removed the vaccine page. Like, this stuff we're witnessing.
Trans erasure is happening all across the globe right now. So if you know someone who is trans or whatever, you do not actually, at least not to anybody who is going to harm them. Okay? This shit's getting rough. Unconfirmed reports of some trans people having issues with passports and things being taken, things of that nature, IDs and such. So just be careful what you do or what your friends do or whatever.
Is just insanity. And on top of this, we have Elon Musk literally seizing the treasury and kicking out career bureaucrats and trying to freeze payments illegally, even though Congress has the power of the purse and they allocate the spending. I mean, what we're witnessing, look, it's nothing short of a robber baron coup, what we're witnessing. This is out of this world, what we're seeing. But again, tune in Monday. We're going to have way more on all of this stuff. We've never been in a position like this before, guys. We really haven't. But I wanted to finish with this one today. So Trump said on the Panama Canal, quote, "We're going to take it back. They've totally violated the agreement. We're going to take it back." In other words, this is him committing, yeah, we're going to do war with Panama. We're going to try to steal the Panama Canal. That's what's going to happen.
This is how AI... Crazy stuff. Holy shit. Let me go to the bottom of my... Oh, bye. I got smoke at that. Okay, I don't have anything good in my Smedley Butler type shit. No, for real, dude. Some Smedley Butler type shit. Holy shit. Some Smedley Butler type shit. I need to get like a fucking... like some sort of animated overlay to go when I turn my screen off. Something that just like says my name or some shit. Just like is wavy. Just on some cool wavy shit. Just on some crazy wavy shit. Let's see. Oh, okay. Gave me nothing. You know what? I don't want to do this, but fuck it. Fuck it. We're going to do it.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
All right. Peyton. Yeah, I totally. I checked out that link, bro. I checked out that link. Stream did not freeze. I'm just not talking. Screen's not up. Not frozen, bro. Chill out. So fucking antsy, bro. So fucking antsy. We're going to do some more Jimmy the Giant because I like that last video. And I do want to understand a bit more about Britain this time. I want to understand a bit more about Britain. And what's going on there. What's happening with with the Brits. Damn, we got 12 subs right now, by the way, guys. Thank you guys, everyone. Holy shit.
Britain versus America. These two nations have long been in a tug of war of power and influence. The Brits, we gave Americans their language, we gave them their legal system, we gave them the Beatles, and in return they gave us fighting over Black Friday deals and obesity.
Rival firms are spending millions battling for the best, most expensive sites.
I
In the
really do
burger boom,
forget that we
again,
all started as some Brits, bro. That shit's
is
crazy.
that Britain will go for fast food in a big way.
However, and it does pain me to admit this, over the years, Britain has kind of lost its influence and has slowly turned more and more into the nation that it created many, many years ago. But how did that happen? Today, we will explore the Americanization of Great Britain.
Britain and the United States share values of freedom, of democracy and enterprise, and I look forward to building on the special relationship.
Special relationship.
Special relationship. This means a special relationship.
That phrase, special relationship, there has not been a special relationship even since the Second World War. We have had cause bitterly to regret blindly following the United States.
For us to understand, we need to go all the way back to the 18th century. Back then, the Brits ruled the world and we were God's chosen people. I mean, I can understand, look at us. Our influence spread across the world. At one point, we had 120 colonies under our control. And there was one of these colonies that stood out from the rest. A little known country called
USA! USA!
You see, back then,
You
in like
fuck
the
up the
1700s,
USA chant.
Americans, they didn't see themselves as Americans. They saw
USA.
themselves as proud Brits, loyal to the crown and all of that stuff. However, spoiler alert, the American-British love affair, you know, it didn't last forever. In 1756, it all fucking kicks off, right? You have what's called the 7-Year War, which lasted 9 years, where the conflict originated in North America, where the Brits were basically beefing with the French. And like, war isn't cheap, you know, these skims and Abyssal whips, they cost a lot of fucking money. And when the war finished, Britain's national debt had doubled, and an economic crisis ensued.
Okay. Never knew this.
The economic crisis was affecting everyone, but particularly the merchants in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. They were going bankrupt. Banks weren't giving out any credit, wages were falling, and the cost of living was going up. And like, you know, the Brits were sort of responsible for all of this. And so, Parliament cooked up a get-rich-quick scheme. So what we did, we went over and we said, look, lads, look, don't you worry, got this all under control. What we'll do, right, we'll get you lot to pay us a bunch of taxes and we'll put a load of tariffs on you. Now, you see, the problem for the Americans was that they couldn't fight against this. And that's because they weren't allowed to have anyone sit in Parliament. But the thing is, technically, those Americans under our law were actually English, meaning that, you know, technically, according to the fucking rules, we legally were meant to give them representation in Parliament. And so the Americans were a little pissed off and they led a bloody revolution against us. They threw a bunch of our fucking tea
Bro,
in a
you
river. And,
you're
like,
dumb as
obviously that
shit.
was a step too far. So yeah, pretty bloody war ensued. Very quickly, in this era, the American identity was in limbo. They'd created their own dope flag, and we would start to see like an American nationalism.
Hey everyone, so I was chatting on AIM with this guy. Supposedly he was from England, and I speak fluent American, so there's a bit of a language barrier.
Before we go any further with this video, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is without doubt the #1 platform for building your own beautiful Squarespace. Also, like an AI website, I'll admit it. Use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video. All right, so I'll admit it. America won, fine. America becomes independent from Britain in 1776. And like, you know, we didn't handle it very well. We were kind of like a sort of an obsessive ex. Whilst America were like murdering all the Native Americans, we would actually give the tribes weapons. Also, when the Americans were trying to be cute and put merchant ships to do trade across the seas, the British Navy would just like harass them and make it really hard for them. After a while, America got fed up of Britain's petty, passive-aggressive moves, and they basically said, all right, fine. Me, you, 1v1, snipers only, rust. And so, in 1812, we had another war with America, but somehow we got over this one pretty quickly, and we were friends again by 1814. But amongst the American population, there was now like a anti-British sentiment. They really didn't like us.
Those are the same link.
In fact,
Peyton.
one of the founding fathers,
the exact
John
same
Adams,
link as the
in a
one
letter
from
to
earlier.
Thomas Jefferson said,
The one that you keep
will never be
saying,
our
you keep
friends
asking if I clicked on it. I did click on it
are her
earlier when you
master.
weren't watching.
Which really,
I didn't want you to know I clicked on it because I didn't want you to know that you got me. And Stream actually saw it for half a second. But yeah, no, I know that what that link is, bro. You have to wait a while and get a new one.
yeah, kind of set the foundation for things to come.
And Britain has shrunk. Its place in the world has shrunk, but it's not just shrunk in relation to everyone. It's been very much taken over by the US.
Now look, Britain and America, we did some good stuff and we did some bad stuff, and there's this one thing, like one part, there's this part of the history, slavery. We're just gonna have to talk about it. Now look, Britain did abolish slavery, right? In 1834, we abolished it. We even policed the seas to try and get rid of it. Sort of. Like, okay, after slavery was legally abolished, we didn't have slaves here, but 95% of the raw goods arriving in Liverpool came from American plantations. By 1890, you know, many years on, 50% of American exports went directly to Britain. So like, you know, we might not have had slavery, but we were definitely benefiting off of it. And it was kind of our dirty little secret. America would eventually have a civil war over slavery, and Britain decided to announce itself as being neutral. Yeah, I get what you mean about the whole slavery thing. Trust me, we don't love it, but the other guys, they have a point, you know? The reason we wanted to stay neutral was so that we could, you know, trade with both the North and the South. That was it. And this fence sitting really didn't do us favors amongst people in our colonies. The cabinet secretary for our colonies said that Britain had no allies, no friends, and was alone. But you see, despite this and the anti-British sentiment that was growing, amongst the upper classes, the British were still idolized. You would see, like, wealthy American industrialists trying to marry into the British aristocracy. Famously, Winston Churchill, you know, the British icon, his mother's American.
To introduce Mr. Churchill, he's a great Englishman, but he's half American.
And America's richest family, the Vanderbilts, they married into British nobility. However, there was a constant feeling, despite being an independent nation, that America always felt like it was under the thumb of the Brits.
I'm Jack English, and this 4th of July, celebrate our independence with the most American thing you can do, telling the British to shove it up their ass.
In 1895, the UK and America embarked on what was known as the Great Rapprochement. The boys put aside their differences and we came together like a fucking WWE tag team. And it was popping off, man. We aligned, right? It was synergy. We lobbied up and joined forces on our economic, our military, our political, and our diplomatic policies. It was fucking beautiful, man. It was like Jimmy McElroy and Chaz Michaels just swerving and prancing together. With Wall Street and the City of London becoming financial giants, a new era had dawned. However, by the 1880s, whilst we're meant to be soaring together as a team, the Americans decided to overtake our economy. Fuck. And then, at the worst possible time, a war broke out. Shit. By the 20s, New York City had surpassed London as the financial hub of the world. And by now, a very distinct American identity and culture had firmly grown. But you see, World War I was a turning point in this power struggle, as America refused to join the war until 1917 and avoided any formal military alliances with Britain. And so Britain had to borrow $4 billion after the war, in which the Americans demanded repayments that Britain couldn't afford. And they imposed steep tariffs, and it really strained the relationship between these two nations. The balance of power
Hell
had
yeah.
officially flipped.
America said, we top dog.
By the Great Depression, America had really sort of taken Britain's stronghold. Like there was a gap in the market in the world economy from the fact that we were struggling, and America rose to the occasion. But you see, as America are now doing better than us, when World War II broke out in 1939, the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill dubbed our connection with America as
A special relationship between the British Commonwealth and Empire and the United States of America.
the American president, Teddy Roosevelt, and Winston Churchill, they were them boys. They teamed up. We were like Lionel Messi and another football guy who they played good football together. To be honest, we were a dream team. It was sick, right? It was good versus evil. These two superpowers, they fused and joined forces, and we were combining our scientific, our financial, and our military capabilities, and obviously, we beat the Nazis. However, the quiet truth is that we didn't have a lot of money. We were like asking the Americans to lend us some money.
More than half a year, the Lend-Lease Act has been in force, and almost since the beginning of the war, we've heard of American factories working for Britain. The stream of modern weapons is swelling to a flood. You will see an endless chain of steel fighting equipment flowing in to equip a new British offensive machine.
And we had become a little bit dependent on this money. There's no other real way of putting it, but Britain we weren't ready for World War II. It came at the worst possible time. It cost us way too much money, and just 7 days after America declared victory in Japan and World War II was completely over, the new American president, Truman, he brought a complete end to the Lend-Lease program, and now Britain were fucked. We had no money. And so Britain was like, hey guys, I don't know if you've noticed, but like we're really poor now. And a very famous economist by the name of John Maynard Keynes, he stepped up to help Britain. He was expecting that, because we just sort of won the war together and we were buddies, and a strong Britain means a strong America, we can be trading partners, we can, a bit of goodwill. No! The relationships that guided Britain and America to victory in World War II no longer existed. You see, Teddy Roosevelt was dead, and Winston Churchill was no longer Prime Minister. And the conditions for Britain's recovery were now in different hands.
Now that the war is over, we want to do business with Britain, and Britain wants to do business with us. This agreement is good business.
Eventually, help would arrive, but it wouldn't be in the form of a gift. It would be a loan with interest. Trying to get the Americans to give us some fucking money was pretty embarrassing. Like, we had to fucking drag Winston Churchill out of retirement. Like, he wasn't prime minister anymore, and we just...
I gotta be honest. Oh, wow, that was really loud. I'm sorry, guys. Was that really loud? Oh, God, no. All right, maybe I need to... How loud am I right now? I know I was muted for a while. I was fucking with some stuff. I think I made myself too loud. Let me... Oh, wow. No, I was muted for a while. No, I think I'm okay. I might turn it down just a little bit, but I think I'm okay. All right. I don't really know what to say right now. I feel like it's definitely interesting. Oh, wait, I gotta fucking mute myself again. It's definitely interesting, the whole way that the tides turned, and it was because of war, and the way that we didn't actually ally with them, and we wanted payments, and like we held them at a fucking... Your link? Did you send a link? There was an ad, but I know what it was. There was an ad, but I know exactly what it was. That is so fucked up. You're evil. You're evil. You're fucking evil. I can't believe you would do that to me. I can't believe what this is. Okay.
Just said, mate, they like you over there. Can you ask? In 1946, he did a tour of America where he went around, you know, talking to politicians.
Yeah, he rickrolled
the
me,
general
yeah.
public, and he was like, "Hey guys,
Little
you
bro
remember
rickrolled
me?
me.
Yeah,
You sent me
war.
circumcision.
We won it together." Churchill, bless him, he took a hard job of trying to convince the public, who at the time when surveyed were 58% against supporting Britain financially. Eventually, they finally agreed on the Anglo-American loan. However, it put Britain in a worse financial position than before. And it came with terms, like for instance, Britain had taken loans from its colonies and they were in sterling, and we had to convert those loans into dollars. The American dollar had overtaken the British pound to become the dominant global currency in 1944. And like, it got worse for the sterling. In 1949, there was the sterling crisis.
The cause of the crisis is America's phenomenal industrial development, which has unbalanced the old trading equilibrium.
This completely changed the international economy. Britain was fucking swimming in debt and could no longer act like the fucking big cheese. And just like that, culturally, economically, militarily, politically, the United States of America had taken over.
When Google Fiber
No, not Google Fiber. Fuck out Google Fiber.
The USA in your Chevrolet. America is asking you to call. Drive your Chevrolet through the USA. America's the greatest land of all.
Now look, it wasn't complete GG's for Britain. Like, we weren't absolutely fucked. The whole rejigging of our economic structure led to the post-war boom, where the Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, said, "Most people have never had it so good. Around the country, industrial towns, the farms, a state of prosperity such as we have never had in my lifetime, nor indeed in the history of this country." Unemployment was lower than it had ever been before and has ever been since. By 1957, 52% of British people, when surveyed, said that they were very happy with life, which, like, if you know anything about British people, is truly unbelievable. And like, in this era where everyone was happy and not that poor and people were looked after, and God, what's happened to this country? A new thriving music scene had emerged in towns like Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham and London. You see, American rock and roll had found its way into Britain through American soldiers and sailors, etc. And it led to a wave of young British people inspired to make their own music. And one of those groups, around sort of 1964, was a little known band by the name of the Beatles.
There are rumors.
I want everybody here to know my stance on the Beatles from the jump. Everybody to know my stance on the Beatles from the jump. From the jump, I want you guys to know. I think the Beatles are ass. I don't give a fuck if they were like, ooh, we put a hook before we put a verse. Good for you. Good for you. So proud of you. Cool. They're ass. They're fucking dog shit. Boring ass music. Lazy ass music. Fucking sucks. It's so bottom of the barrel. Fuck out of here. Fuck out.
Rumors around that this is Britain's revenge for the Boston Tea Party. 3,000 screaming teenagers are at New York's Kennedy Airport to greet, you guessed it, the Beatles.
By the next year, the Beatles had 34 songs in the top 100s and 6 number ones in what was being called Beatlemania. And like, yeah, it was around this time, the mid-60s, where a wave of British music was becoming very popular over in America, who had always led in entertainment. And this era was now being dubbed as the British Invasion. Britain was dominating the American charts, and like, we were having a cultural impact. You would literally have Americans dressing as if they were British teenagers. So along with a little bit of cultural influence, we did actually bounce back as a financial hub. The City of London, right, a bunch of banky boys, they had kind of found a sort of loophole, a workaround to the American-led Bretton Woods system, which imposed heavy regulations on finance to stop people speculating on very risky trades. In 1946, we reintroduced the sterling area, And by the 1960s, 40% of all international trade was being done in British sterling. This loophole is what birthed offshore banking, and would go on to lead to the euro-dollar market in 1955, which would lead the City of London to regaining the power over finance and becoming the central hub for finance all around the world. And so, you know, we might have lost America, we might have lost our empire, we might have lost our political power, but we did control the money.
Got a more calls going out. I need some cable calls because I've got a stop loss.
However, I would argue that this sort of reliance on finance led us to ironically becoming more and more Americanized when it comes to our attitudes towards capitalism. Through, of course, Thatcher. It's always Thatcher. Just expect it. It will always be Thatcher. Now, Thatcher...
Oh, it's like America. It'll always be Reagan. Right. Whoa.
Her political campaign would follow Ronald Reagan and the free marketeers, which I've done a whole video about. I'll link that below. The journalist Will Hutton.
Oh, he did a whole video on it? I like how when people say they're going to link shit below and they don't. I mean, did he hear it? Nope.
Wrote about Thatcher's mission to make Britain a simulacrum of the United States. Janine Ganesh described the transatlantic delusions of the Westminster governing elite as the political media class became ever more mesmerized by its American equivalent. Thatcher, right, she visited America for the first time in 1967, and in her memos she wrote, "The excitement has never subsided. At each stopover I was met by friendly, open, generous people who took me into their homes and showed me their cities and townships with evident pride. The high point was my visit to NASA Space Center. She found a British engineer working for NASA, and she concluded, this is a living example of the brain drain from which over-regulated, overtaxed Britain was suffering." In spite of the fact that NASA is a very well-funded government agency, somehow that didn't compute. There was no way Britain could compete even in more modest areas of technology if we did not learn the lessons of an enterprise economy.
We've gotten in the habit over the last 40 years of thinking the government has the answers. There's very little that government can do as efficiently and as economically as the people can do themselves. And if government would shut the doors and sneak away for about 3 weeks, we'd never miss them. Yes, we can trim the budget. There's enough fat in the federal government that if you rendered it, you could wash the world.
The essence of socialism is that you surrender quite a bit of power over your own life to the state. You pay very high taxes, and they wish to take even higher taxes because they think that politicians can spend money better than the people can spend it. The more you take away, the less there is for private industry, and that's where the creation of wealth comes. So you have to establish very clear limits on the role of government. And really, you know, politicians, I think, should sometimes just be a little bit more modest about their abilities.
As soon as you put the plug in on the Sonic, you're 90%, 95% of the way there.
What other plugins do you know that you could put one instance on every track and already getting the balance of your mix together?
Oh shit, no!
The IDX.
Fuck. An accident.
Her speeches just really became more and more Americanized. Like, the rhetoric she used was just stuff that Americans say. This was a conscious decision. Like, she wanted to bring American-styled rhetoric around freedom and liberty. She wanted to bring that into the British political debate.
Later.
Like, literally, Thatcher just went on a jolly to America. They were nice to her, gave her some pecan pie, and now she concluded that Britain needed to be like America. And so this would really be, like, the beginning of the complete Americanization.
So yeah,
of
what I
Britain.
understood from that, I was listening while I was arguing away. From what I understood from that is that Margaret Thatcher, I mean, it's just like any sort of tourist propaganda. It's just, I don't know, it's just anecdotal shit. It's just like any propaganda. Give out anecdotal shit, I guess. It's just basic ass shit. Basic fundamentals. But hey man, did it well apparently. What I'm understanding, you might have had Reagan levels of ball game. Okay? That's crazy.
As we all know, Thatcher went on to tear down the British-style post-war consensus in place of this much more American-esque politics. Like, there's lots of things she did, but one of the big ones was to target our literal cultural attitudes. She would say that she wants to change the mind and the soul of the Brit, and it seemed to be largely in regard to the idea of, like, collectivism. You know, a community working together as a society. Infamously, she once said that there is no such thing as society. She was taking American individualism to its absolute ideological extreme.
Country in the world can be immune from its effects. Such is the influence of the American economy on us all. We in Europe have watched with admiration the burgeoning of this mighty American economy. There is a new mood in the United States. A visitor feels it at once. The resurgence of your self-confidence and your national pride is almost tangible. Now the sun is rising in the West.
It'd be from the 80s onwards where American politicians and academics started talking about how the growth in the welfare state undermines work ethic. These were talking points that Thatcher literally just took and brought to Britain. Bring in a cultural focus on like strong work ethic and moral authority, personal responsibility. Thatcher would claim things like poverty basically doesn't exist anymore except for a few lazy people. This Americanized attitude would exist long after Thatcher. In 1997, the former Labour deputy leader John Prescott said the phrase, "We are all middle class now." And it was this strange like doublethink to believe we're all middle class now, despite the media in this period having this obsession with what was known as benefit scroungers. Shows like Jeremy Kyle, Benefits Britain, Benefit Streets, and newspaper articles about like sink estates, etc. Previously, the British attitude towards poverty
By the way,
was an understatement.
I mean, that's the first time I think I've seen anything media-wise that's so similar to American television. Like, that's the shit that we get off on, is like 16 and pregnant and shit. Like idolizing, and I mean, not even idolizing, but just glorifying.
I took two things.
Okay.
Standing that it wasn't due to laziness or people not working hard enough. There was a strong understanding in the British psyche beforehand that rampant competition in business creates inequality and exploitation, which makes poverty. And from here, we would just follow the American attitudes to so many things. Whether it was around the welfare state or even law and order, things like the war on drugs. We even literally built an American-styled city called Milton Keynes. As time passed, Britain has felt increasingly Americanized in nearly every aspect. When you look at television from the 90s onwards, Friends became a hit show in Britain, and we would import a ton of American TV shows, whether it was MTV or like even cartoon shows. Young people would grow up watching these American TV shows and start even using some Americanisms. Also, you had what was called trash TV. Things like the Jerry Springer Show, which was just a show focused on conflict, division, sensationalism, which directly influenced British TV. Things like Jeremy Kyle just shitting on poor people for an hour. A rise in like reality TV stars and trying to get your 15 minutes of fame. Every fucking Becky and Debs thought she could appear on X Factor and become a superstar overnight. It gave us in part this sort of clout chase culture that you see from Hollywood, where everyone thinks they can be a star and everyone's obsessed with celebrity culture. Not saying we're quite like LA or something, but you know, it definitely has bled into British culture.
In Britain's slumping economy, the fast food business is booming. McDonald's here just had its best year ever. KFC's profits rose 14%. Domino's earnings are up even more. With 1 in 4 adults dangerously overweight and nearly 1 in 5 children, Britain's catching up to America.
And then, mate, you gotta think about the food as well. The rise in British obesity. We're now the 6th most obese country on the planet, and British attitudes towards food and eating have become more Americanized. Instead of having like family meals where you all sit down together, which was traditional, now people kind of eat on the go a bit more. All while fast food has grown in the country and portion size have got bigger. Hasn't got quite to the extent of American size. I'm pretty sure we have laws to stop that, but we still have king size, big size, all that sort of stuff, which has affected portion sizes of British food. We have become more consumerist. I mean, like, Black Friday didn't exist in Britain until about 2010, which again, we're not quite as extreme about, but we have become more consumerist over time. Our working culture also followed the American model. In the 80s and 90s, American companies moved away from the idea of like long-term strategy and moved towards more like quarterly earnings-driven models, which has led to less stable employment. Short-term contract culture, outsourcing, downsizing, longer working hours, which has euphemistically been called flexible workforces. But the problem is this whole idea of like a leaner workforce has led to far less job stability, which is having massive effects on the British psyche. There was a big survey done and they looked at Britain where they had followed the American model the closest. And it shows that Britain has had the worst decline in employee satisfaction in terms of employment security, where job satisfaction levels in terms of security dropped from 70% in 1985 down to just 48% by 1995. Oh, and then also you got stuff like British assets and major companies being sold off to the Americans.
What is so spectacular about America's business presence in the United Kingdom?
It's mostly its scale. They have just got so many businesses that they've owned for a long time and that have expanded. But there have been these two great prongs of American expansion in the last 15 years. The tech businesses, so the big 5 or 6, whoever you want to count, Apple, Google, Microsoft and so on, but also private equity. So private equity is a much more under the radar activity, but it's dominated by US companies, Apollo, KKR, Silver Lake, and these Blackstone, of course, and these companies have really taken over huge swathes of the British economy.
Now you see, although Britain has always historically been very closely tied to America, being in the EU meant that Europe was our biggest trading partner. However, in 2016, we voted to leave the EU. And like very quickly, everything changed around that sort of time. 2016, Trump burst onto the scene and you're seeing like a rise in populism. And in this time, I believe we entered a new era of Americanization.
This is what I thought this whole thing was going to be about. I didn't realize how long this was. I knew how long the video was. I didn't realize how long it took. You know, all this history that he had to cover just to get to like what my conception of the Americanization of Britain is just kind of like extreme far right ideology that's kind of just been popularized lately, and the way that it's transcended just America and it's gone to other countries. Other countries are fueled by it, specifically by people like Trump and things like that. Like that gives them motivation to do that. Why can't I say beehole in chat? Oh, butthole? Hold on. 1 second. Try and say it one more time, Peyton, right now. Let me see something. There you go. I allowed it.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass mother.
Oh, okay. Ooh, thought that was gonna get bad. Yeah, I had to add a permitted term nuts and a permitted term butthole. Now, good for you. Say that. Wow. Couldn't say nuts. Yeah, that was also what was stopping it. Both of them, nuts and butthole. Both of them. Man, I might have to make more people mods. But it's just hard. I can't do everything. Fat nuts. What's up, everybody? Who's all in chat right now? Let me see who all's in chat. Hello, bros here. Goblin Balls. Johnny's here. Wait, is Shay still here? Has Shay been here the whole time? That's crazy. I mean, at least it says he is. He could be. Me and him are in party chat with some other people. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Maybe he's just watching in the background. Either way, I appreciate that from him. No, I appreciate that. He's not listening if he's just got it in the background. Either way, I appreciate Now share your progress towards the... What's the... This? The fuck? Fuck are plus points? Streamers in the Plus program will have the opportunity to receive different revenue share tiers on all recurring monthly subscription subs for 12 months. Affiliates and partners must maintain plus points. The fuck? I don't understand this. Tonga has a 70+% obese. That's crazy. Why is Tonga so fat? I looked it up and Tonga was a real place. I thought it was just a fucking D's nuts joke the whole time, by the way. I really did. I really did. I thought that whole time you were just making a fucking nuts joke. And then so I looked it up on the side and then I was like, oh, Tonga's real. And I was like, I guess I don't really know what to add to that. Chat, I do not know what to do. What? Did I spend some time making beats today at some point? I don't know. I'm just having a lot more fun watching videos. I gotta go to this show tonight. Star Wars link. God damn it. Has everything you've been sending me just been Rick rolls? Has everything you've been sending me just been Rick rolls? That's gonna fucking drive me nuts. That's gonna fucking drive me crazy. No, not the Sonic one? Okay, because the Sonic one was the only one I was actually interested in. I'm gonna be pissed. 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 I don't want that. I don't want me when I'm in. What you wanted, Peyton? I'm not showing it on screen. I've seen it before, bro. I'm just not putting it on screen. I just wanted you to fucking cut it out. What's this?
You got baited. You got baited.
Johnny, you might as well refund your sub because I'm about to. I might have to change. You might have to be like a tier 2 sub to send links in chat now. I might change it to tier 2 sub to send links now. Because I don't have anything right now. I'm about to change it to tier 2 sub. I'm about to change it to tier 2.
I would argue that our relationship with the EU acted as a bit of a counterbalance to American influence. However, it was very interesting to see the sort of similarities between the Trump campaign and the Brexit campaign. With people like Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage, our politics started to look less and less British and more American. I'll be honest, historically, us Brits, when it comes to politics, we're always a little bit dull and boring. But Brexit was a change, right? It saw like more sloganeering, more like publicity stunts. You have fucking Boris Johnson whipping around on a zip line and
yeah, I don't know much about Boris. I don't really know. That's my problem with this. I don't know what to add. I don't know anything about Boris. I'm just learning right now.
Claims that weren't backed by facts.
The £350 million a week we send to the EU, which we will no longer send to the EU, can you guarantee that's going to go to the NHS?
No, I can't, and I would never have made that claim. That was one of the mistakes I think that the Leave campaign made.
Hang on a moment.
Like, if you hyper-focus in on Nigel Farage, he's quite an interesting one, because Brexit, like, you know, there were different reasons people voted, but a lot of it was to do with reducing immigration. However, Nigel Farage really did try and push, like, an American freedom angle to it.
let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
A day that the British public I don't think has even thought about since, yet alone celebrated. And that is interesting, right? Because, like, culturally, British people and Americans do perceive the idea of freedom quite differently. When British people are surveyed and asked, what's your #1 priority when it comes to economic freedom? The most common answer is better public services. When you also ask British people what's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word government regulation, 65% of people think that regulation means public safety and security, whilst only 35% think that it means like limitations and hassles, bureaucracy, red tape, that kind of thing. Now, I couldn't find the exact same study, but the narrative of like big government and over-regulation is a rhetoric that tends to chime more with the American voters.
Very highly respected Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage really loves, he loves Donald Trump. He does. I mean, here's a picture of him and Donald Trump's son, and I don't know, man. Kind of looks like a Make-A-Wish kid. And you see him wearing like MAGA hats and stuff, and I don't know, I couldn't picture a British person wearing a hat of some charismatic leader. It's just not really what British people are like. But Farage, he doesn't have any shame about it. And when you look at the Reform Party's manifesto and you look up the term regulation, it comes up quite a few times, and it's always this rhetoric of like the nanny state. Very American style rhetoric. Like even in the Conservatives manifesto, when they talk about regulation, it's not quite as like negative. Nigel Farage has also said that he wants to move Britain to like an American style private healthcare system.
And I think we're going to have to move to an insurance-based system of healthcare. If I was able to do that through the marketplace of an insurance company, than just us trustingly giving 100 billion a year to central government and expecting them to organise the healthcare service from cradle to grave.
Despite the fact that when you actually poll British people on that topic, 93% of British people support a free NHS.
Thing is like you could even tell in the room that one dude coughed. Everybody was just like, ugh, when he said that shit.
82% believe it should be paid for by taxes. In America, the majority do want free healthcare, but it's only 57%. Well, only 43% would like a government-run healthcare system. And you really do see the Reform Party adopting like the Elon Musk, Trump, MAGA kind of talking points. There's this one Reform Party MP called Rupert Lowe, and he was tweeting the other day about the woke mind virus. And he was saying how he's jealous of Elon Musk's Doge department. And like on the most extreme end, you even see people calling for like Trump and Elon Musk to take over Britain.
Honestly, Trump taking over might not be such a bad idea. Cheaper energy, food on shelves, affordable, and no one arrested for suggesting Britain's being unsafe is worth it, so we can be kind. So Don, how about it, my fella? We've already got part of Scotland. Invade the rest of us. We'll surrender faster than you can say, respect order. The country that repelled the Nazis can't even repel a rubber dinghy. Make us the 51st state of the US of A, and let's forget Stalin. I beg your pardon, I've done it again. Starmer.
And at some point, it becomes hard to know if they're joking or not. And as we've seen, Elon Musk growing interest in having power over Britain, he's pledged to give £100 million to the Reform Party. If you want me to make a video about Elon Musk trying to influence British politics, comment below. There's been this big back and forth over this trade agreement.
What's up? John's in the chat. John, we're learning about Britain. We're learning about Great Britain. We're learning about Great Britain. It's where we got crisps. Dude, you know the sauce, bro. You know the freaking sauce. That's where we got crisps, homie. We got crisps. Crisps. Oh my gosh. It's been a weird day today, John. How's your day been, John? John, tell me how your day's been. Oh my gosh. No. You gave your sub to like Germ Fan or something. Hell yeah, I've been cleaning all day, staying productive, taking a break to little. If you said you were Spider-Man, I would say you're just as delusional as me when I say that shit. Yo, John, now that you're in here, what you think of the little overlay going on in the bottom right of the screen? That shit tight, ain't it? Oh, no. Updating, bruh. I'm trying to get better with this shit. I need to give like a frame for this stream. A thin one. Anyone wear the mask. The fuck does that mean? The fuck? When am I gonna do an FL speedrun? I might have to do an FL speedrun today if I keep fucking thinking about doing beats on stream. I just don't want to do beats on stream because I'm like really sad and I'm in a bad mood. Yeah. Just be depressed. Throw it back. Bet y'all bricked up now. Bet y'all bricked up now. Hey. Oh,
The terms, like we didn't want to.
Peyton, you're about to get banned.
Their chloroform fried chicken, but it has
Peyton,
felt that lately we have become more reliant on America, and this seems to be influencing us more and more.
They've not just bought up assets like property, but they've bought what I call the bridges and the pipes of our economy.
I might hop on
in
Rivals.
medieval times, the thing that you wanted to
Rivals.
own was a bridge where you could charge people a toll and where it was the only way from one side of the
Let this
river to
video
another.
finish. Let's
And that's
talk
exactly
about
what
it.
the Americans have done in so many areas.
It's like color is spelled C-O-L-O-U-R over there. But color is spelled C-O-L-O-R over here.
So, for example, if you do dating through Bumble or Tinder, you're maybe dating a British person, but you're paying an American for the privilege.
Now look, I know I've probably
Technically, he said, "Are we gonna learn that?" You know what?
pissed off a lot of
we
Americans
will.
in this video. I don't blame
Let's learn
Americans. Americans are good people. It's their political.
What the hell? No, Siri, go away.
Inevitable. We live in a globalized world, and you're always going to take influence from different nations. And like historically, we forced Britishness on the entire world. Now America is doing the same. But it just seems a shame to me that Britain seems to want to follow America anywhere. We would follow them off the edge of a cliff, and we don't seem to ever stop and ask, like, to what benefit? Many Americans themselves feel tired of this sort of like rat race culture that's consumed them. Working too much to see their friends and family, too little time and energy to pursue their own passions, working unstable jobs, earning far too little to sort of envision a happy future. With all this talk we have these days around British cultural values, I feel like the Americanization of Britain has just been something no one talks about. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, jump in the Discord.
I actually did find something. It has to do with Noah Webster's dictionary and how he just was using Z's instead of S's because the way the word sounded and stuff. Why? So originally, like organize was organize, but now it's organize. Like that's how we say it. You know what I mean? But this was the traditional spelling. But then America was like, yeah, no, that's stupid. Like most things. Cool. All right. They got crisps. We got crisps. So I ain't mad. That's what's up. I don't know if I want to play fucking Marvel. Because my thing is like, I got 3 hours left to stream. And then, yeah, basically just like, fuck, excuse me. I got 3 hours left to stream. So it's like I could do gaming for 3 hours. Or, I don't know. But my thing is I don't really want to like get on the console, do it from there, and then come back over to the fucking computer and do it from here. I don't know. And I don't really want to play Rivals for 3 hours. I don't even know if I want to stream for another 3 hours. Chat, am I sad right now? Dude, chat, am I depressed? What the fuck is going on? Dude, yeah, I don't know what my fucking problem is right now. Holy shit, bro. I'm struggling. Bro, it might be over. No, for real. It might be the end of me. It might be the end of me. Holy shit. I don't even know what's going on. Get off your ass stream. For real, let's do an IRL stream. My phone would die so fast. We're not doing our first IRL stream until 10 days from now. It's 10 days from now. It's gonna be February 11th. February 11th. I am going outside later. I went outside earlier this week, and I think that's what made me sad. Is I went outside, and I was like hanging out with people, and I just felt like I was talking to like a chat, dude. It was so weird. Because all I've been doing is the live streaming, basically. I think that's why I'm also a little like bleh about live streaming. Like, this doesn't feel real, man. I'm starting to understand a little bit about when streamers like do the marathon streams. Like when they're like, yeah, it kind of fucks with you a little bit in the head. And I was like, I don't see the difference. Like when I'm on stream, I'm just the same guy. And it's like, kinda. But I'm the same guy thinking about 1,200 fucking things and talking to y'all and trying to make sure that I'm interesting enough for you guys to even want to be here. Ugh. It's rough. Not even that rough. So easy. It's the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. I need to cheer up. Yeah, what do you guys do to cheer up? Yeah, what do you guys do to cheer up? Type in chat what you guys do to cheer up. Maybe it'll help me. Stop saying go outside. Going outside later. Need to fucking stream. Don't be shit or not. I crochet. Honestly, burpees, day drinking. I like the idea of day drinking. Octua. I like that too. And burpees. I'm getting pissed with the burpee shit. I'm getting pissed with the John, I don't have any Everclear shots right now. If I did, it'd be a different fucking story. You know what I'm saying? I'd be wilding right now. I'd be wilding. He said, oh, you shall on Wednesday. This dude's evil, bruh. This dude, John's evil. I guess, chat, that means that by next Saturday, by the next time you see me on here, we will have Everclear shots. Like, that means I'm gonna have to make like an actual points thing. Yeah, my little brother said, I think I take care of my sadness and health here. Yeah, crocheting's pretty good. There's some other ways that you've handled your sadness. You know, maybe back in the day. But you definitely, I think what you're saying is that you do it better now. And I'd agree, yeah. Do a random number poll. Fuck? What you mean a random number poll? For what? For what? The random number poll. What do you mean you cry? We tie a poll. A prediction for random number. Why are you gambling right now? What the fuck? Okay, fine. Yeah, I guess I'll make a poll, you fucking addict. You fucking addict. Oh, wait, this isn't it. Down here? The fuck is my make a prediction shit at? Like a fucking crystal ball somewhere. There we go. For some reason I just didn't have it on my thing. One second, bro. Wait, so wait, John, when you say this, do you want me to just like have a number in my head? Or do you want me to like write a number down on I have paper. I'll write a number down. I'll write a number down so that I can't change it. But I can't change it. Write it down off screen. All right. All right. Got it. Wait, what do you mean like between 1 to 3 or something? Maybe I'll do that I'll do that next time. I'll do that next time, John. I'll do that next time, John. You guys don't got much time. You don't have much time. You guys are gonna be pissed. You guys are gonna be pissed. Hey man, you can't win them all. It was worth a shot. Damn. Sucks. Or just say double or nothing. Do another. Oh my god. Okay. All right, let's do one more. We're gonna do it the way John had said. Auto predictions? What are auto predictions? What are auto predictions? Y'all motherfuckers dump coins into this shit. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy shit. It might be a thing where mods do it for people, but I don't know. Out of the casino ASAP. For real. Little bro losing his calm demeanor. Okay. You're the game. Holy shit. My brother's crashing out. My little brother never crashed out like this in chat before ever. What the fuck? Holy shit. Bro is not having a good time. Bro's not happy. Bro's actually pissed. Bro actually does not like this. He's not happy at all. 420 times 2. Rah! 840, bro. No. No. Man, that was insane. All right. I think we're going to keep. We'll learn a bit more today, though. Hey, they dropped Sticky. The full video? No. The full video. I already saw this on TikTok. On TikTok. Hayden, I'm actually never, ever, ever, ever. Actually, never, ever. Okay. Not gonna happen. I don't even know if I might have to just hop on. Yeah, can I beat Elden Ring between now and 6 o'clock? Yeah, do you think I can be? Oh, fuck, I have to download it. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Son of an ugly bitch. Son of a dumb, ugly bitch. Oh, wait. What the fuck?
Perfect. No notes. And that's always been the case, by the way. This guy's awesome.
The fuck? Who would have thought, bro? I've been trying to find videos that he hasn't reacted to. Yeah, still did it. Might as well just steal his whole fucking shtick. Why don't I? Yeah, do you guys like looking at my algorithm? Other algorithms. Actually, I gotta check my other algorithm. Or not my other algorithm. I gotta see if I'm right about my suspicion that I potentially saved. Hitler was a good. Not one of these men are kids. Oh, okay. That. Ooh, I found a video I want to watch. I found a video I want to watch. I found a video I want to watch. I found a video that I want to watch. Nobody ever talked about this, and I wanted to talk about this.
Former
No, you don't gotta go nowhere. You ain't got shit to do today, Peyton. Get the fuck back here.
Congressman Matt Gaetz. Ooh, that has a nice ring to it. Tried like hell to prevent the congressional report of his misdeeds from coming out, including filing a lawsuit that went nowhere. But now the report of his sexcapades is out for, better or worse. Yes, it's only been about 1 month since Gaetz withdrew his appointment as America's top law enforcement officer, and now the House Ethics Committee just released a disturbingly graphic report of his behavior, which details the accounts of 12 women that Gaetz paid a combined total of over $90,000 in exchange for sex and illegal drugs, including allegedly a 17-year-old minor. What happens next? Well, here to break down this insane story of lust, lies, and the law is chaos lawyer Liz Dye.
Thanks, Devin. On November 13, Donald Trump announced his intention to nominate Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Gaetz immediately resigned from Congress despite having just run for and won re-election to his seat. The move was seen as a transparent attempt to head off the release of a report by the House Ethics Committee on allegations that Gaetz had participated in sex trafficking, including of a minor. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson vocally opposed releasing the report to the public, even as its conclusions were pretty clearly relevant to Gaetz's fitness to be the top law enforcement officer in the land. But Gaetz's notoriously obnoxious behavior, including his habit of whipping out his phone to show off nude pictures of his sex partners, was no secret in D.C.
This is a guy that the media didn't give a time of day to after he was accused of sleeping with an underage girl. And there's a reason why no one in the conference came and defended him, because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls that he had slept with. He'd brag about how he would crush ED medicine and chase it with an energy drink so he could go all night. This is obviously before he got married.
For the record, that was then Congressman, now Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin, who said he might still consider voting for Gaetz as Attorney General. But Mullin aside, it became clear almost immediately that the Senate would never vote to confirm Gaetz. So November 21, he withdrew his nomination, and now he's headed to One America News Network to read the news to its dozens of viewers every day.
And bringing on a firebrand of a talk show host to our primetime lineup, may I announce Matt Gaetz and the Matt Gaetz Show coming next month to OAN. Hey, Matt.
Initially, the committee voted against releasing the report, with all Republicans opposed. But at a closed-door meeting on December 5th, 2 Republican members switched their vote and agreed to make it public on the 23rd. The report is now out, and it's icky. Gaetz defended himself by saying that my 30s were an era of working very hard and playing hard too. It's embarrassing, though not criminal, that I probably partied, womanized, drank, and smoked more than I should have earlier in life. Which sounds conveniently like he was just a kid blowing off steam in an age-appropriate boys will be boys way. They said Representative Gaetz took advantage of the economic vulnerability of young women to lure them into sexual activity for which they received an average of a few $100s after each encounter. In fact, the committee found that the 42-year-old congressman paid very young women for sex and drugs, including one girl who was 17 at the time. That is statutory rape as a matter of Florida law. They also noted that he voted against the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2022 and was the lone no vote in 2017 on legislation to establish an advisory committee that would coordinate efforts to prevent human trafficking, a vote he defended by pointing to his work in the Florida legislature to broaden the definition of duress in the state's trafficking laws to include economic duress. The committee also found that he violated multiple House rules about disclosure of gifts and services to women who were not his constituents. Many people have insisted that Gaetz should have been prosecuted by the Justice Department. Friend of the channel Mitchell Epner suggests that the real failure was that of local Florida prosecutors. To understand what really happened here, we'll have to first talk about a bunch of grifters and weirdos, several of whom wound up in jail. It's a wild story that involves public Venmo transactions, a kidnapped Iranian hostage, and the love hotel emoji, which is apparently a thing on all our phones. Who knew? Okay, SPF up, because it's time to meet some spectacular Florida men. First up, Joel Greenberg, the former tax collector for Seminole County. Under Florida law, tax collectors are elected officials responsible for collecting taxes, obviously, but also for issuing various permits and government documents, including driver's licenses. Greenberg is currently in jail for committing a truly wild array of crimes. He once caused a fire in a county building where he'd commandeered the county's servers to mine bitcoins. He doled out $3.5 million in state government contracts to various friends and acquaintances, including the groomsmen at his wedding. And he sent letters to the school where his political opponent worked, impersonating students and falsely accusing his rival of being a pedophile. But what brought him into the ambit of federal investigators and eventually ensnared Gates was Greenberg's habit of generating fake state IDs for himself and for the women he was sleeping with. On Monday, April 16, 2018, an employee at the Lake Mary branch of the tax collector's office opened up shop and discovered that the alarm wasn't on.
You're injured.
God damn it, shut the fuck up, Barry Law.
Found a bunch of expired driver's licenses, which were supposed to be shredded, strewn all over Greenberg's desk. She reviewed the security camera footage where she saw that Greenberg had been in the office with an unidentified man. And when the employee texted, Greenberg responded that he'd been showing Congressman Gates what our operation looked like. You know, on the weekend, in the middle of the night, as one does. When Greenberg got picked up by the feds in 2020 for stalking his political opponent online, he had at least 5 fake IDs on him, which is why the cops went and talked to
Don't
the people
say
at
yawn
the
that
Lake Mary
much. What the
office,
fuck?
and that's how they got to Gates. Because as soon as the FBI started pulling at the threads of Greenberg's nasty personal life, they found that he was inextricably tied in with Gates's own sordid stuff. Greenberg recruited very young women off the sugar daddy website Seeking Arrangement, paying them to spend time with Greenberg, Gates, and their male friends. The arrangement included sex and often drugs. And one of those girls turned out to be a 17-year-old high school junior, which meant that she could not legally consent to sex with an adult over the age of 24 under Florida law. In June of 2020, Greenberg was charged with stalking and identity theft. And in August of 2020, the Justice Department filed a superseding indictment against him for child sex trafficking, which meant that the feds had a very sleazy person in custody with a very strong incentive to say absolutely anything that might save his skin. In early 2021, the New York Times reported that Gates was under federal investigation for sex trafficking in relation to the 17-year-old girl. Gates insists that this was a politically motivated act by Joe Biden's henchmen. But the reality is that the investigation began during the waning days of the last Trump administration when Bill Barr was still the Attorney General. And while the investigation was still going on behind closed doors, reporters were hot on the trail. Although, to be fair, they didn't have to dig very deep since Gates and Greenberg both left their Venmo history public until well into 2021. The Daily Beast reported that in May of 2018, Gates Venmoed Greenberg $900, writing in the memo line, "Hit up," with the name of the 17-year-old girl. The next morning, Greenberg Venmoed the girl and 2 other women in 3 separate transactions denominated as school, and tuition, totaling $900. Gates denied paying women for sex, telling the Daily Beast, "The last time I had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old, I was 17. But before it dawned on him that he would be wise to make his Venmo private, reporters Jose Pagliari and Roger Sullenberger clocked thousands of dollars Gates sent to Greenberg, including one transaction for $300 on November 1, 2018, with the love hotel emoji in the memo line. The Daily Beast confirmed that Greenberg did indeed book a hotel for that evening in Winter Park, Florida. And that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. According to the House report, using personal checks, Venmo, and Cash App, Gates sent more than $90,000 to 12 women in exchange for sex and drugs. Gates denied ever paying for sex, telling Axios in March of 2020, "I have definitely, in my single days, provided for women I've dated. You know, I've paid for flights, for hotel rooms. I've been, generous as a partner. I think someone is trying to make that look criminal when it's not." Here he is on Tucker Carlson trying to remind the former Fox host of the fun dinner Matt and one of his generous partner dates shared with him and his wife.
I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine. You'll remember her. And she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she...
This clip was so funny when it dropped. Tucker is about to hit the craziest. I don't know about that.
Wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble.
Awkward.
Now, obviously, if you're going to engage in legal prostitution and record everything on Venmo, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. So click below.
Gates claimed that he and his father had been victims of an organized criminal extortion involving a former DOJ official seeking $25 million while threatening to smear my name. He said that his father had been cooperating with federal authorities in this matter and wearing a wire at the FBI's direction to catch these criminals. And that part turned out to be more or less true. See, Matt Gaetz has a little touch of the Nepo baby about him, if you can even believe it. In fact, his daddy, Don Gaetz, was a highly successful businessman who served as president of the Florida State Senate between 2012 and 2014. On March 16, 2021, with rumors swirling that Gaetz would be indicted, his father got a text from a former Air Force intelligence officer named Bob Kent saying that his son Matt was about to be federally indicted, but he, Kent, had a plan to make his future legal and political problems go away. Now, stick with me here, because this one's really crazy. Kent and his backer, Florida businessman Stephen Alford, were obsessed with a former FBI agent named Robert Levinson, who went missing in Iran in 2007. Levinson was reportedly on a CIA mission, but he was in poor health, and in 2020, the government told his family that they should presume he was dead, which they did, filing a wrongful death suit against the Iranian government and securing a $1.4 billion award to be paid out of Iranian assets frozen in U.S. coffers since 1980. But for reasons not entirely clear, Alford and Kent thought that Levinson was alive, or they said they did anyway. So they texted Don Gaetz, if you and your son are willing to help us privately and clandestinely obtain the release of Robert Levinson, I will ensure that Matt is on the plane that delivers Levinson to his family, thus making him the most sought-after public figure in the world for his efforts to obtain Levinson's release. Then my partner will see to it that Matt receives a presidential pardon, thus alleviating all his legal issues. I think the theory here was that if Gaetz was somehow the guy who brought Levinson home, Biden would have to pardon him because you're allowed to commit sex crimes if you're a national hero. All they wanted from Don Gaetz was a $25 million loan to be repaid out of the federal reward. Alford and Kent dubbed the plan Project Homecoming and laid out the details in a memo which they delivered to Don Gaetz. But of course, Papa Gaetz wasn't an idiot. He immediately called the FBI to report that he was being extorted and was presumably wearing that wire the whole time, as his son had said. Alford was indicted in 2021 and pled guilty to one count of wire fraud. He's currently a guest of the United States government and will be for a couple more years at least. None of which has anything to do with whether or not Matt Gaetz committed crimes, but it doesn't make it easier to indict him. What it did was allow him to throw glitter in the air and claim that he was being targeted by the DOJ.
What is happening is an extortion of me and my family involving a former Department of Justice official. Tonight, I am demanding that the Department of Justice and the FBI release the audio recordings that were made under their supervision and at their direction, which will prove my innocence.
On April 9th, 2021, the House Ethics Committee announced that it was investigating public allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and/or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds to personal use, and/or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of House rules, laws, or other standards of conduct. That investigation got sidelined for 2 years after the Justice Department asked the Ethics Committee to back off and let the criminal investigation take precedence. And that's, look, it's not crazy. If you're a prosecutor, you don't want your witnesses destroying their credibility by saying one thing in congressional testimony and another to you. But that delayed the congressional investigation until 2023 when the Republicans took back the House. Now, Gaetz was known as a blowhard and a bomb thrower among Republicans. But he was Trump's guy, and he figured that meant Republicans would vote back
momentarily,
for him, including then House
What
Speaker
are you doing
Kevin
today,
McCarthy.
Peyton?
McCarthy was incredibly...
Kevin McCarthy sucks because he was such a little pussy-ass bitch, and he blames it all on, like, well, Matt Gaetz got me fired. It's like, kinda, but you suck.
vulnerable because Republicans had won by the slimmest of margins in 2022. It took 15 rounds of votes to confirm him as Speaker, and that only happened after he granted huge concessions to some of the most aggressive members of his own caucus, including Gaetz. Essentially, McCarthy gave them the ability to call a snap vote on his leadership at any time. Gaetz seemed to think that McCarthy owed it to him to put a stop to the ethics investigation, or at least Gaetz figured that McCarthy's precarious position gave him leverage to make the demand. but McCarthy refused to play
Fucking
ball.
liberals.
Matt is upset about an ethics complaint. I don't care what they threaten against me. I am not going to interject into an independent committee like ethics.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Gaetz was stonewalling the committee. After McCarthy made those comments, Gaetz wrote a letter in September accusing the committee of doing McCarthy's bidding after he publicly signaled to you to put the heat on and instructed you to shoot your shot. In October, Gaetz led a successful effort to push McCarthy out of the job, after which Gaetz switched to claiming that the Ethics Committee's Republicans were on a mission to avenge McCarthy. It was an attempt to inject politics into the process by accusing the committee of playing politics. In reality, the committee was doing its job, and the stuff that it uncovered while it was doing its job was awful. Okay, top line, the committee found substantial evidence that Representative Gaetz had sex with victim A in July 2017 when she was 17 years old and he was 35. Representative Gaetz's actions were in violation of Florida's statutory rape law. So there you go. That's who Trump wanted to put in charge of the Justice Department.
What's
But
good,
aside from
Jaden?
that, it's clear that Gaetz and Greenberg paid at least 12 young women for sex and drugs. One of those women included his girlfriend of 2 years, whom Gaetz met through seeking arrangement when she was 21 and he was 35. Their relationship was not exclusive, and she seems to
learning
have
about Matt
corralled
Gaetz
other young
being a
women to send
pedo.
Gaetz drugs and to entertain him and his friends. She's woman one on this table, receiving almost $64,000. Other women interviewed by the committee testified that woman one would often provide drugs at parties, and woman one, whose lawyers were paid by Gaetz, repeatedly took the fifth when she was interviewed by the committee. Gaetz himself also relied
Sorry,
on
what
the
was that,
girls
Jaden? We what? I don't think we do.
to bring
we?
him drugs. And okay, maybe you're of the opinion that sex work should be legal and drug laws are stupid. Fair. The problem is that these
It's
very young
motherfucker.
women were plied with drugs and
we
alcohol
don't
in
love him
situations
either. What the
where
fuck?
it's not clear that they were really able to consent to having sex with multiple men and women in an evening. The committee wrote, while all the women that the committee interviewed stated their sexual activity with Representative Gaetz was consensual, at least one woman felt that the use of drugs at the parties and events they attended may have impaired their ability to really know what was going on or fully consent. Indeed, nearly every
say
woman
Bill
that the
Gates
committee
is
spoke
one of
with
the
could not
boys?
remember the details of at least one or more of the events they attended with Representative Gaetz and attributed that to
You
drug or
cannot be a
alcohol
billionaire and not be an evil piece of shit.
consumption. The girl who was 17 at the time of her encounters with Gaetz testified to the committee that when I look back on certain moments, I feel violated. I thought all these people were my friends. I know now that they're not. And as exploitative as that was, Gaetz and Greenberg didn't always pay up as promised. Here's Gaetz's girlfriend, woman one, explaining that the guys are a little limited in their cash flow this weekend, so Matt was like, if it can be more of a customer appreciation week. So if you had on your bingo card, guy most likely to demand a freebie from a teenage sex worker, hey, congrats. Other texts show him ducking the compensation for one woman because he didn't think she'd stayed long enough, which kind of undercuts the claim from most of these women that this wasn't prostitution or, as Gaetz put it, sending funds to women he dated. And in fact, the committee said plainly that Gaetz enticed and procured women to engage in sexual activity for hire and purchased the services of women engaging in sexual activity for hire in violation of Florida state law. Note, that's a state law and not a federal law. The committee investigated whether Gaetz participated in sex trafficking, particularly with regard to a trip to the Bahamas in 2018. Gaetz and two other men spent 3 days partying with 6 women, the youngest of whom was 18. Gaetz is reported to have taken ecstasy and had sex with at least 4 of the women on that trip. At other times, he paid for women to come from Florida to D.C. or New York, including in January of 2019 when Gaetz appeared as a guest host on the Fox News show Outnumbered. After he went on air to call Senator Elizabeth Warren Sacagawea, the group went to a Broadway show. A lawyer for one of the women told ABC that the show was Pretty Woman, which is honestly a little too on the nose. Ultimately, the committee concluded that they did not find sufficient evidence to conclude that Representative Gaetz violated the federal sex trafficking statute, although Representative Gaetz did cause the transportation of women across state lines for purposes of commercial sex. The committee did not find evidence that any of those women were under 18 at the time of travel, nor did the committee find sufficient evidence to conclude that the commercial sex acts were induced by fraud, force, or coercion. They did,
an
however,
accident.
find that Gates violated House rules on accepting gifts. He failed to disclose that he flew back from the Bahamas on a private plane, a gift valued in excess of the
editing right there.
$250 limit under the House gift rule. Gates tried to hide this by indignantly pointing to his travel itinerary, which showed him flying out of Washington Dulles Airport on a commercial flight.
I gotta go
When the
grab
committee
my food
pointed
real
out
quick.
that
I'll
he'd
be right back.
forgotten to say how he got home, he got very snotty. He said, "My travel to the Bahamas was a result of my purchase of American Airlines tickets with my personal funds, and it goes without saying that I was not reimbursed by anybody. Does the committee also have an interest in every dollar I spent in the Bahamas on food, refreshments, and other travel provisions such as sunscreen?" That was one of the reasons the committee found that Gates obstructed the investigation, violating his duty of candor as a member of Congress. They also found that he violated congressional rules with respect to constituent services, using official resources to help a woman he was having sex with expedite her passport renewal. In fact, she wasn't his constituent at all. It was incredibly damning, and the committee members also had some very harsh words for the Justice Department. Remember how the Ethics Committee delayed its own investigation by 2 years to avoid interfering with the DOJ's criminal inquiry? That inquiry was closed without charge, which Gates pointed to as evidence of his complete exoneration. That's not what that means, but let's come back to that one in a minute. The committee said that many of the women it interviewed also gave statements to DOJ and urged the committee to rely on those statements in lieu of requiring them to relive their experience. They were particularly concerned with providing additional testimony about a sitting congressman in light of DOJ's lack of action on their prior testimony. The report complained that DOJ refused to provide the relevant statements and other significant evidence to the committee. DOJ cited internal policies about protecting uncharged suspects like Representative Gates, general concerns about how DOJ's cooperation with the committee may deter other victims in other matters, and various inapposite policies relating to congressional oversight of DOJ itself. But that's mostly part of a, for lack of a better term, ongoing pissing match between Congress and the executive branch. Because Congress always wants to get its hands on investigative materials in high-profile cases, and the DOJ never wants to give it to them. In some cases, that's because it can't. It's illegal to disclose grand jury materials without permission of the court, but it would be terrible public policy for Congress to be able to seize and publish internal police investigations of people who were never charged. Who would ever talk to the FBI if that were a possible outcome? And there's just no way to make an exception to this rule that only covers villains like Matt Gaetz. So yeah, you can sympathize with the women here who would have preferred not to be interviewed again by Congress, but you kind of have to put that criticism in context. But let's come back to Gaetz's claim of exoneration, because a lot of people have said that the Justice Department screwed up by not indicting him. And that includes the committee, which accused the DOJ of not doing right by the 17-year-old girl who cooperated with the DOJ's investigation for years and was let down by the justice system when reports circulated that the DOJ would be unlikely to pursue charges against Representative Gaetz. First of all, we have no idea why Gaetz wasn't charged. Again, we haven't seen the internal investigative materials, but we can make some educated guesses. For one thing, the Fed's key witness is Joel Greenberg, who did all the cooperating he possibly could have done, delaying his sentence multiple times, and he still got 11 years. When Judge Gregory Presnell sentenced him, he said he'd never seen a defendant who has committed so many different types of crime within a relatively short period like those crimes committed by Mr. Greenberg. To say that Greenberg has credibility problems is a massive understatement. And the committee itself said that it would not rely exclusively on information provided by Mr. Greenberg in making any findings. Second, the Mann Act, which prohibits transporting individuals across state and national lines for the purposes of prostitution, is a problematic statute for a whole host of reasons. Let's start with the fact that it was originally known as the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910, and one of the first successful prosecutions was of heavyweight champion boxer Jack Johnson, who was black and faced repeated arrests under the Mann Act for traveling in the company of white women. It's historically been used to criminalize sexual relationships that society finds unacceptable by characterizing them as prostitution and/or sex trafficking. And although the law has been amended, it's still so broad that the Justice Department charges under the Mann Act only where there is evidence of a victim of severe forms of trafficking in persons.
Okay.
And whatever you think of Gaetz, this is clearly not that. Third, the ethics report itself didn't find that Gaetz violated any federal laws. The youngest woman who traveled with him to the Bahamas was 18, so there was no trafficking of a minor. And if you can't charge under the Mann Act, then the only thing left was violation of Florida state laws. I mean, okay, sure, maybe the feds could have indicted him for the molly or for having the women mail him marijuana cartridges, but come on. As the ethics committee concluded, Gates violated House rules, which are not prosecutable, and he violated Florida's statutory rape and prostitution laws. So maybe the real question here isn't why didn't Attorney General Merrick Garland indict Gates, it's why didn't Florida prosecutors do it, since they had access to the same media reports suggesting that he paid a 17-year-old girl for sex that Congress and the DOJ did. There was nothing stopping states' attorneys in Florida from stepping up to the plate here, and they don't even appear to have investigated. So while you're looking at people to be mad at, maybe direct your age a little further south. Matt Gaetz had at least a week's notice that this thing was going to drop on Monday the 23rd, but he still waited until that morning to file a motion in federal court in D.C. demanding that the committee not release the report. The case was always doomed to fail. The courts really do not get to tell Congress how to conduct its business. It's kind of fundamental to the Constitution. But the way it went down was exceptionally silly. The case was immediately flagged for being procedurally defective in 3 different ways. At about 10:30 a.m., the report went live on the Ethics Committee website, at which point Judge Amit Mehta demanded that Gates explain why this matter should not be dismissed with prejudice for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, insofar as the case appears to be moot in light of the House Ethics Committee's public disclosure of the report, whose release plaintiff seeks to enjoin. Gates was forced to admit that his complaint was indeed moot, and Judge Mehta dismissed the case before close of business. Gates spent that Monday tweeting through it and has since reposted messages from hundreds of supportive fans. He's also floating a plan to take the oath of office on January 3rd, offer a resolution to expose all congressional sexual harassment settlements, and then resign to start his new gig at OAN. And since his political action committee is still fundraising, it seems entirely plausible that he'll go through with his plan to run for Florida governor in 2026. And okay, yes, Florida does have the opportunity to do the craziest thing possible here, but maybe just this once, don't.
Now, if you're gonna tweet through your crimes and run for governor, you'll probably want a good lawyer. Oh wait, I did that already. But given the nature of Gates' alleged crimes, this video was probably demonetized, just like our video on the United Healthcare murder, because we talk about legal issues and subjects that might not be safe for advertisers. But we think they are important to talk about and explain, which is why my friends and I created today's sponsor, Nebula. On Nebula, you can watch all of our videos ad-free and early, because our videos always go up on Nebula first. Plus, there's tons of exclusive content, and we don't have to deal with bogus content ID claims or demonetization. And for a limited time, you can get a lifetime membership. You can buy once and then never again. It's the greatest deal of all. Now, I know tens of thousands of you signed up for Nebula using the CuriosityStream bundle, but unfortunately that's over because they broke it. So if you'd like to support this channel, the only way to ensure that the money you spend on
Damn, fuck Nebula. All my homies hate Nebula. By the way, Jaden, I don't know if you noticed, but I had the now watching thing on. Talked about last time. I'm gonna put something on real quick so I can eat. And then I'm gonna figure out what we're doing.
Make my big debut on TikTok. I tell you what, TikTok's been really blowing up lately. Big, lot of crazy shit going on TikTok. I heard it was banned for like an hour or something, and I think this video was why. This woman, she's obviously not. The cat had something wrong with it. I wanted to share some appreciation for TikTok in a video, to be honest. I think that it gets a lot of hate, and it's all deserved, actually all of it. But I found some pretty unique shit that I want to show you guys. And you guys also tagged me in a lot of brain rot and all that stuff, which that's on YouTube as well. It isn't just on TikTok, but I found some pretty unique people on this motherfucker. Let's be real. Can we get a music theorist genius to explain why this?
Well, hi there.
Oh,
I heard you were calling for a music theory genius to explain.
I've learned a lot.
I'm Alan Van.
About music.
It's a music theory book that has gone.
I've learned a lot about music from TikTok.
So I'm hearing those 3 chords. I think maybe a little alteration on the B minor chord, but we have those 3 chords. Now, when we're playing those 3 chords, the melody goes. Vocal melody's doing that. While that happens, I'm going to have to take this melody into account with those chords. So while we have a B, so that's what's happening. So we have a B minor chord
Wicked
going
game.
between its 2.
Gary hit him with the R.
Oh, to answer the question, why is this so catchy? Third reason would be because people keep posting it. If you listen to a song on the radio, even if you hated it, but it's on the radio at your job every day, eventually you start singing it, even though you kind of hate it.
I don't know. I don't think that, I think this is inaccurate. I think people like it because it's SpongeBob, and also people like it because it sounds really good, and the person singing it is insanely, unbelievably, massively talented. It's crazy nonsense. I love nonsense. It's crazy. This is another reason why I like TikTok music. No app in existence makes me want to put down my guitar quite like TikTok. Very, very, very insanely amazing. Also, this is great too. I watch this. I like this little 3D animation. You know.
The star keeps shining. Yeah, Governor.
Then we got
what
this
about
lady.
these dating apps? It's getting
I want to do a deep dive on her. I want to interview her.
Why not get rid of them?
She's incredible.
Why not get rid of just on the street?
True.
You know, do something legit.
She's very correct. I mean, she's a little scary, but she's absolutely correct. I'm going to start doing commentary and just having my phone going off. Me at a bar listening to a guy mansplain quantum physics, then tell me he thinks the Large
Okay,
Hadron.
fuck this.
Oh,
This is lame. Shit's lame. Ugh. Oh my god. Gary hit him with the Been streaming for almost 4 hours. I don't know if I even have anything for 4 hours, to be honest. Games. Gary hit him with the excuse me.
Throw out the white bread and eat the brown rice. That's
Fuck V-Shred. All my homies fucking hate V-Shred. I'm turning my fucking screen off because fuck V-Shred and his stupid fucking face. Oh, V-Shred fucking dies. Fuck V-Shred.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this guy who's running for president. It's late in the campaign, and one of his chief liabilities as a candidate is that over a dozen women have reported that he sexually assaulted them, among them his ex-wife and a 13-year-old girl. His candidacy depends on convincing enough of the voting public that these accusations are false. But then, shortly before the election, audio leaks of this guy, backstage on TV and unaware his mic was on, not just admitting to, but bragging about kissing and groping women without their consent. So the first question is, how's he gonna spin that? And the answer comes in the form of an internet apology video where he begins with something like, I don't know, I never said I was a perfect person or claimed to be someone that I'm not. At which point, you pause the video like, dude, yes you have. You have done literally both of those things. So you pop on over to Twitter and comment on how this guy's apology opens with two comically untrue statements. And like flies to manure, his supporters show up in your mentions. And they say, that audio is from years ago. What he means is he doesn't speak that way about women anymore. To which you point out, yes he does. He did, like, 2 months ago. And they say, well, his opponent's husband actually does those things. And you reply, those allegations are far less substantiated, and if they're true, the candidate's not responsible for her husband's misconduct, and if they're true, that doesn't make this guy innocent. And they start leaning in on the why do liberals make such a big deal about coarse language, strong women can handle themselves, in real life there are no content warnings, and all you can do is lean back in your seat laughing to yourself. What kind of debate is this even? There's not a single thing your opposition has said that isn't provably false or irrelevant, and they change the subject every 30 seconds. They clearly have no actual position and are just grasping at straws because they can see they're losing. So you don't really have to pay them any mind. They won't endure. Thing is, they have. Yep. Not only does this manner of argument endure,
every time.
It keeps winning elections. Why? Folks, I
want you guys to know this video is from 7 years ago.
Introduce you to one of the most foundational strategies of reactionary rhetoric. Control the conversation. Much of what we discuss in this series will come back to this in one way or another. Now let's be clear, a lot of the alt-right is okay with or even in favor of sexual assault against women, but it's not politically viable to say so. So if their guy is a serial harasser and they want people to vote for him, they have to control that conversation. They have to let people think that a vote for this guy is not a vote for sexual assault. How it works is every one of these bad arguments is a subtle attempt to change the subject. Now, changing the subject mid-debate isn't a remarkable phenomenon. We call that moving the goalposts. And if that's all that was going on, I wouldn't waste your time making a whole video about it because that video already exists. Link in the down there part. Controlling the conversation is a bit more sophisticated. To understand it, we have to look at how the goalposts move and where they get moved to. Regarding how the goalposts move, you must understand this. Bad arguments are not a bug, they're a feature. I mean, what are the positions in this debate? On one side, it's this guy admitted to groping women, and on the other, it was all just locker room talk. And trying to convince people that a guy who said he groped people didn't actually grope people is not a favorable argument for his supporters to have. So they just don't have it. If their position is he didn't really do what he said he did, they've learned never to make that argument. They make the next argument. Because if we were to agree that it was all just locker room talk, the next argument would be, and he doesn't talk that way anymore, or and his opponent's husband actually does those things, or and coarse language has no negative effects on women. The trick is to treat you like you've already agreed to their position and make claims that treat it as a given. Cognitive scientists would call this presupposing a frame. If you're on whether or not he still speaks that way to women, you've unwittingly agreed that that's what you're talking about. And that's why it benefits the right to insist that language is harmless despite a wealth of contradictory data, because if liberals provide the data, it gets them talking about speech. Bad arguments are bait, because liberals can't resist digging into them. They don't like letting false statements slide, and often they won't even notice if that statement is off topic. So there are few better ways to get Democrats talking about what you want them to talk about than to defend your position badly. Regarding where the goalposts move, let's step back and ask ourselves, what is the purpose of debate? The liberal conception of debate is usually along the lines of Joseph Joubert's adage, the aim of argument or of discussion should not be victory, but progress. You're thinking Plato and Glaucon, or maybe Debate Club. Two sides debate until one side wins, or until a third conclusion is reached together. Either way, the goal of debate is to arrive at the truth. That's not what debate means on the right. There, debate is a chance to perform strength, integrity, and certainty. There, you don't debate until a victor is declared. You debate as long as you can keep eyeballs on you, forever if possible. There, the truth doesn't win because nobody wins, not in any formal way. You may scoff at that, but let's think about it. This is how political debates are structured in the US, where two candidates come in already knowing everything they're going to say, where it's political suicide to concede any point or find any compromise, and where who won is up to the voters. In such a framework, truth and falsity don't exist. All that matters is how much of the audience agrees with you. And if that's your framework, then what's in your best interest is to steer the conversation swiftly and efficiently to something you and your opponent will never agree on, because that gives you the most opportunities to look firm in front of an adversary. The value of turning a conversation about sexual assault into a conversation about sexist language is that the effect of sexist language is a place where the left and the right are fundamentally at odds. This is something Republicans can argue about till the end of time, because the left's understanding of systemic issues does not jive with the right's views on personal responsibility. Yes, of course, if the president spoke this way in the White House, it might be alienating to any woman who works there, but the right sees this as a personal failing on the part of the woman, not a systemic failing on the part of men. Sure, he shouldn't have said that, but really, she needs to lean in. And all the articles, all the data, all the reports that say that's not how this works in practice, they are useless in the framework of a performative Twitter argument or a 1-hour TV debate. A proper understanding of institutional sexism just takes longer than that. Now, I should stress, because it will be true for most of these videos, this isn't a master plan cooked up by some shadowy alt-right cabal. Most of the people who argue in this fashion, not all, but most, are simply doing what works without necessarily knowing why it works. It's picked up through observation or by trial and error. And it's not exclusive to the right. Everybody does this sometimes. It's just that the right has made it core to their entire platform. Anyway, why would anyone use this framework? Well, if your opposition has facts on their side, then you need a framework where facts aren't important. But more broadly, if the goal is to win over the public, then the public does respond to honesty, but they also respond to moral certainty. And the right tends to sell certainty better than the left sells truth. This is what they're good at. This suits their worldview. They speak.
This kind of goes back to the old adage that I get at every single time we talk about Trump. But if he says something confident enough because he's in a position of power, then, well, obviously people are gonna listen and believe him, because why would he lie? The president.
Think of a universe where opposing sides never agree because agreement is impossible. And since agreement is impossible, you never have to compromise. And since politics isn't about compromise, it's just about outnumbering your competition by any means necessary and obstructing them at every turn when they outnumber you. There is comfort in the idea that people are just fundamentally different.
So I like how this has the 4chan logo on. I just realized that that's what that was. I was like, I know what that is, and I couldn't remember. It's the 4chan logo.
Different, and that they owe each other nothing. And if victory is defined by holding your own, then the Democrats' desire for compromise is a weakness that can be exploited. On a gut level, the right knows what debate means on the left, knows that the left wants to meet in the middle. So all they have to do is bait the left into having a discussion on their terms, and then keep insisting that they should find common ground. You could work with us if you'd only try a little harder. Because the rules of that debate, where you concede points and look for compromise, in their world, make the left look weak. And as long as the right controls the terms of debate, conciliatory...
This is kind of like the whole thing that just happened with Trump and Kamala, with the whole Kamala, like, being like the border czar and all that for 4 years, and not really giving a shit about immigration in the modern, like, or in the pop culture image. Whoa. Something just happened on Twitch? It hit 4 o'clock, and for some reason Chatterino was like, Twitch servers request us to reconnect. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, basically what I was saying is her being like, all of my points are his points. Just made people be like, oh, well then if he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's doing, and you just want to do what he's doing, then I'm just going to vote for him. Like, when you start conceding points, it never works.
Loses. That's how they control the conversation. Move the entire debate to their framework using a bad argument as the worm on a hook. Now, understanding this, you may find yourself tempted to engage in that debate because, knowing the rules, you think you can dig in your heels, put on a better show, win over more of the audience. But the one piece of advice I have for you is never take the bait. Don't let them turn you away from the real subject. This guy assaulted women, and that has nothing to do with speech. Theirs is not a game that can be won by progressives. Even if you ruined them for some ignorant comment on the First Amendment, you'd only be legitimizing their rules, and those rules do not lead to a functional society. They are based on the idea that differing types of people can't work together. So one just has to beat out all the others. You can't expect to run on those principles and not get flooded with Nazis, homophobes, and handsy rapists. So get it out of your head that you can win in a debate with the far right, that you can beat them at their own game. If you find yourself playing their game, you've already lost.
I saw that coming. Yeah, that's like the whole thing right now. Is like, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. It's like, what? They don't mean it like actual Joe Rogan of the left, because we had Joe Rogan of the left and they didn't like him. They didn't like him, and they were mean to him. Bullied him until he left. He left the left. So yeah, no, it just doesn't work like that. There is no debate bro that's gonna come and save the day. You know what I mean? There isn't gonna be some debate that happens that's gonna bring everybody to some enlightenment on the right to be like, oh, immigrants aren't so bad. We should have free healthcare. Like, I don't know. I'm in a bad mood today. This shit's not helping me, chat. Chat, do I just hop on games for 2 hours? Chat, do I just hop on games for 2 hours? Let's do a poll. Johnny already voted, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this world is sad, bro. He said that's me, dog. No, that's him. Oh, fuck. Let me turn my PlayStation on. That right. I'm gonna pass out, bro. By the way, before I hop off, I'm gonna pull up the pet shop thing. Okay. Where did I get it from? I got it from Instagram. Wait, Johnny. Who's the other guy in the party, Johnny? You know, I'll just join the party and I'll ask. Yeah. Yo, This is the one. I was gonna say this is the guy who says the N-word hard R. I don't know if I'm comfortable playing with y'all right now. Isn't said it? Yeah, I get that. That's cool. That's cool. I get that. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. It's not happening. I'm sorry, chat. I can't do it. I'll play something else maybe. Or maybe I'll play by myself. I'm sorry. It's not even that I think bro's gonna say it while I'm streaming. It's like I just don't want to be associated, bro. I'm good. No offense. I get no offense. You say the N-word hard R. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. Jaden, you're sick right now. Jaden, you're sick right now. Sick right now. Bro, you know what's funny? My little brother mentioned earlier Subnautica. And my little sister, I think, is playing Subnautica right now. That's really funny, actually. That's really funny. Jaden, you're not hopping on anything today, are you? You're not hopping on any games or anything? I don't even want to play Call of Duty. That's the only thing we would play, besides maybe, like, I don't know. Or fuck, Fortnite or D. I just don't know if I really want to fucking play anything. Johnny said LMAO. Listen, bro, I'm not trying to start no beef, Johnny. I'm not trying to start no fucking beef, bruh. I'm not trying to start no fucking beef, bruh. I need to figure out what I'm doing. I probably should just make beats, but I really do not want to. Oh my god. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Chad, do I fucking give up after 4 hours? I mean, I'm down to try, Jaden. My biggest thing though, well, no, we just have to be in game chat if we did that, Jaden, because Discord won't show up on stream. Discord won't show up on screen. Or sorry, it won't play. It won't play the audio, is what I meant to say. Discord won't play the audio. That's what I meant to say. My bad. Audio and you, yeah, preferred. Okay, bet. Well then load up, Jaden, and let's see if we can get it done. See if we can get you in the lobby at least. Kind of go from there. How it handles itself. Be happy to have my phone back. I haven't checked my phone in forever. Surely. Be there surely. Be there surely. I'm still just, I can't get over this. This is crazy. Crazy to me.
Fuck that job. Hey, fuck y'all. Fired up freestyle.
I just can't believe he did this.
Hey, yeah, they let me go from my job. Now I'm back at home. Made a couple hundred clicking buttons on my iPhone. Stabbed me in the back, seen it coming, boy, I should've known. I ain't getting mad, all I know is that I'm about to grow. Fucking let some hoes, but I got a couple bros. Yeah, they told me what they know, and I owe them all the smoke. But the pussies that be running it are always on the rag. They let other people slack and try to tell me I was bad. They let homie leave whatever, did it once and that was that. I know homie stole a phone from the work and got the cash. There's a dude at the job selling we right in the back room. I got dirt on all hey.
This is crazy.
So the boss get an hour break, wait. Yo, that dude always coming late, say. Got the best sales in the place, ayy. Why the boss watching anime, hey. So the boss get an hour break, wait. Yo, that dude always coming late, say. Got the best sales in the place. Now it's time to get a little rude and I'ma fuck him up. 6'2", cherry dude and I can fuck him up. Also got some footage that might put him down in the dumps. I don't wanna do it, but I might just to fuck him up. TKA, it won't never be the same. TKA, it won't never be the same. Thought that we were homies, but y'all didn't think the same. I said TKA, it won't never be the same. Stain, I'ma crash out, I'ma spaz out. Got 100 racks now just to act out. Talking shit on my videos, you make videos. What a silly hoe, man, you really weren't the bro. I don't know how to feel and I'ma keep it real. I ain't worried about no money, but let's make a deal. Did me wrong and you know it, tell me how you feel. You could never stop the boy from his next meal. I don't know how to feel and I'ma keep it real. I ain't worried about the money, but let's make a deal. Did me wrong and you know it, tell me how you feel. You could never stop the boy from the next meal. Hey, it's Bobo.
Bobo. Hey, it's Big Bobo in the mother.
Give a shout out, Bobo, the bread boy. Go tap in, hottest shot right now. No more. Go tap in, get right.
I think this is funny. I can't believe you can handle it, man. Here's your phone, bro.
Video edited by me.
Here's your phone, bro.
You want your phone? Queen, cause my body is covered in the. And if you ain't part of the team, you better be calling me sir.
You said you're the hottest shit to hit over.
That's why I'm getting his stuff. We'll get him on the podcast.
You can still see us. Get a feature from him?
Yeah. Here, let me put my number in, bro. You text me.
Damn, I wonder why the quality's only at 720. I exported that shit in 4K.
He's weird as fuck right now. This dude is a real geeker.
There you go, bro. I'm just fucking with you, dog.
Hey.
Oh, bro.
Oh, yeah, oh, God. Give me something for my Insta. Just so I
Hey, well, bet it up. Let me hear something.
My flow's so fantastic. I get fantastic. Brad Crawford, I show you, I'm fantastic. I lose phones every day. I get plastic fantastic.
Fucking garbage.
They didn't get enough of that, bro. Hit him again. Hit him again.
Fucking garbage, bro.
Hey, appreciate you, man.
You trying to get me, bro?
Hey, you good? You good?
Jaden, are you getting on? And what's the update?
Well, we know that nigga move fast. He be delivering them gifts.
You're fucking fast, homie. You're fucking fast for having that Santa suit on, dog.
I was about to get off.
Are you sure you want to go toe-to-toe with Bud, though, bro? I got you now.
Bread boys.
Hey, I got you.
Assemble.
You said you were finishing up, bro. You said I'm finishing up real quick. God damn. That's what the update is. Fuck. I ain't even rush you. Okay, I'm about to actually.
10 people, man. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay. Okay? You? Absolutely. All right. Don't let us get you fired, dude. Well, don't try to outside the job, bro.
That is true.
He gonna lose his job, bro. It's all about that grill, bro.
He's about to be done, bro. He's about to be done. Get him, Charles. Get him. Get him, Charles. What a fucking guy, huh? What a dude, bro. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe. This old man was already done for. I took off with his phone. Oh my God, like, comment, subscribe, bro. We out of here. There was a couple times I didn't know if he was serious or we were really gonna fight him. I know.
It's official.
Oh, do you work here or not, dude?
I'm an independent, baby.
Did they fire you?
I'm an independent, baby. I'm an independent, baby. No, they didn't. I work at Casio Steakhouse. Yes, I do.
Did they fire you, bro?
No.
Then why are you...
Trim now.
It's like all these fucking
So you were
cameras.
fucking with us, and you like literally just got off.
Yeah. But you didn't get fired.
They're gonna call you.
What was your name?
Hey,
All right, I'm gonna tell them to
hey, please remind
harass me in the parking lot.
Hey,
Okay, Prax.
hey, please remind me.
Assaulted me in the parking lot.
No,
of
I didn't, you
Casio.
asshole.
I better not see that name on the news, bro.
They think this is
Oh my god.
Hey, I need some money for a cab. All right, homie. Never mind, I got enough.
You ain't got nothing.
He said I need some money for Hey, can we sing a Christmas song?
Oh, bro, you about to get kicked out on the next block.
He's gonna be like, hey,
we gotta leave when he comes back.
He's gonna
Get out, bro.
Right now. I'm about to kick him out that cab. Put on your fucking seatbelt.
That's a Christmas gift from the city of Omaha. Born and raised.
Ice going stupid, I probably could vote. Best in the city, let's go take a vote. We asked about you and ain't nobody know. You was scraping the barrel to get that little hoe. Hold up, let me not say too much. It's really just us for us. Put on for my family, my city, my team. I got a little homie trust. Hey, yeah.
Hey, shout out to Race on the camera today, bro. 1 in a million, dog. This shit's gonna be crazy.
I wouldn't quite say I'm the best, but God put me up to the test. My brother is gone, I can't rest. Finish this and I go to the next.
Yeah, go check out the Bubba the Bread Boy. Bro's compiling shaders right now, bro. Oh. Say too much. All right, I'm going to make the switch over